Hello, hello. Time to do the streaming thing. Time to play the meme builds. Chain Hook Necro, level 60. We are well on our way through Act 8. And yeah, there's some stuff we need to do. As I recall, when we left off, I was contemplating slapping on precision, because it does feel like we are gonna have some accuracy issues. So we need to slip that one in. And I think we are gonna turn off vitality for now. Hey man, how's it going? Slap that on. So yeah, we need to level it up a little bit. Vengeance build is dog shit. Yeah. Yeah, probably not too unexpected. Probably takes a bit of weird effort to make work in any reasonable manner. Haven't really looked into how to make those. Yeah, doing enough damage with a one-hander is a bit hard. Need a pretty good one-hander. Speaking of which, I'm already planning my next character that I'm gonna play off stream, because the Rog graced me with this beauty. A triple T1 LE foil with T1 attack speed. Like, it has some two useless suffixes, but I got all the damage one is likely to get. So, like, on SSF, I think this just deserves a reroll. So I'll do that off stream with another character. Do something funny with that. Yeah, unique ring from Sanctum. Yeah, I'll get right back to that. Doing like a T15 no hit. Sure, no problem. That's easy. Can do it with my eyes closed even. But yeah, time to keep leveling this bad boy. Need to level this precision a little bit. Exploding crystals, huh? That's scary. How much do I need? Could use a little more. Would like to get the evade monster to 95 at least. Where's the exit? Is it to go up or down? I forget. So you're gonna keep playing that vengeance build, or are you going to try something else? Staff based? Yeah, that could be interesting. When I did my level 100 in Sentinel League, I did it with a Juggernaut, with RF and Fire Trap using a staff, because I wanted a little bit more damage. It was pretty nice. I think staves are pretty cool. Damn. Yeah, 85% block and 90% reduction fizz. Yeah. It's a tanky boy. Probably want to make sure it has capped suppression though, to be really tanky. Otherwise those elemental spells are gonna wreck you. Yeah. Shouldn't be super hard for a gladiator. There's at least some nodes decently close by. But yeah, once you start going heavy into defense, it starts getting hard to get out the damage. So for anyone struggling with porcupines, I hear that a lot from all kinds of players, that porcupines are terrible enemies, they keep dying to them. But reality is it's just a purely defense issue. Porcupines shoot out a bunch of somewhat weak projectiles, but they shoot out so many and they tend to overlap, so they do a lot of damage. But all you need is some armor and some evasion and you'll be totally fine, because evasion will make sure some of those projectiles will miss, and armor will make sure that those that hit are severely weaker. So like my character takes basically no damage. Like you can see that even when I'm like standing still, like my physical Aegis doesn't even move, because my evasion is so high, most of those things miss, and when they do hit, they do like, 10 damage. So it's, yeah. They're not really that huge of a problem if you invested a little bit into your defenses. See, I blew up a whole pack and I took like 300 damage. So, and I don't have that much like armor. 5,000 is a decent amount at this point in the game, but it's not like insane. But I have really high evasion, and those two together can do wonders. And if you don't have the gear for it, try to get a flask. And at this point you won't have the instilling orbs to make the flask automatic, but you can place it manually. Get like a granite flask and a jade flask, pop those before you fight a porcupine pack, and you'll be totally fine. Like the flat armor and evasion from those flasks alone is plenty. Now this boss is very annoying. It is honestly, personally, one of the scariest bosses for me. I've died to it a couple of times in the past, and it's, kind of left its mark on me. But first let's level up, and maybe it takes the extra damage in close range. 40% is a fair amount of damage. But at the same time, I want to go here and start capping our suppression, which would be really nice. Those floating water orbs, yeah, they'll disappear eventually, but they do take a very long time. So you just usually Like, I don't think they disappear in the boss room until you kill the boss, that is. But in the outside zone, they'll eventually disappear. So you're usually just better off running away from them. But yeah, this boss is really annoying. It does a lot of damage. And the arena is super annoying. You're being chased by these small balls, which do a lot of cold damage over time. And also chill you. At the same time, there are these towers that appear from the pools, which shoot out frost balls, which then explode with novas. So you want to avoid them. Then he summons a bunch of clones. Like, the clones aren't really an issue. But you just have to keep in mind the entire arena is trying to kill you at all times. So you gotta stay on the move. Can't stand still, or these balls will catch up and do massive amounts of damage. One of my less favorite bosses. Pretty annoying for melee too, because you can't just stand still and whack away. See, my health starts draining. There's too many of these balls get in my face. Yeah, if you have lower DPS, it's gonna get pretty bad. Right now my DPS is pretty okay. Like with a couple of bosses on hardcore, it's okay to skip this one until later. You do get a skill point, so you kind of want to kill the boss. But it's okay to skip him, like, come back maybe an act later when your character is a lot stronger. A lot of people skip Yugul early, they skip Aberrath, and then in Act 10 they skip Violenta, because they can be scary.
Stay out of the shadows.
And yeah, this game isn't super melee friendly, but I don't think it's like a problem with like PoE specifically. Melee is melee, and basically it has problems in most games because it's the way the concept works, Close melee range just, by default it's gonna put you in more danger. And gonna make it harder to have damage uptime against a lot of targets. But you also can't make it like buff it too much as compensation, or it just starts face rolling fights when you do get in close and stay close. It takes a lot of work to make melee feel good in games. And yeah, maybe GGG could try stuff like giving melee some kind of maybe scaling damage reduction based on range. Like, the closer you get, the more damage reduction you get. That would be actually exactly how the Sanctum works. Like, they coded for the Sanctum that the closer you are to the target, the less resolve damage you take. That is perhaps possible. Though they have, adjusted the way Fortify works now, so it is primarily melee characters that get to use it. So that is, sort of free damage reduction. But yeah, I'm not sure what is the best way. I know that melee is like a big issue in a lot of games. I know people on League of Legends like to complain about it a lot. Either melee is useless and you get kited to death, or the melee champion sticks on you and just kills you and you can't do anything about it because they're too tanky and do too much damage. Like, pretty hard to find a middle ground. Okay. What I like to do is get my skill points by doing both sides of this act. Do the one with Yugal, then go to the other side, do Clarissa's, and then work our way to the orbs. Okay, so this zone, I know it's annoying for some people, but it's one of the few zones like I heard a tip and I remembered it, and now it's very easy to know where to go. You basically just hog this bottom left side. Yeah, you will always find the quest item and the quest area as long as you hog this left side, left bottom side. That can be really helpful, because this area is quite big and it can otherwise take you a while if you want to full clear it. Okay, this guy's physical resistant. Come on, bro. Don't do me like that. There is one thing I'll have to maybe do some more research into, which is with physical builds. I'm still not sure exactly how much physical overwhelm is actually optimal, because it doesn't work like elemental penetration, which, you know, can take resists into the negative. So there's technically never such a thing as too much Elipen. Like, you will get sort of diminishing returns that is not gonna be as valuable, because, you know, relative to the increase you get, it's gonna get less and less valuable the less resists the enemy has to begin with. But overwhelm can't put it down below 0. So overwhelm can only reduce the physical reduction that the target has. If they have none, it's not gonna do anything. And the way armor works, the way physical damage works, is that armor reduces damage based on the size of the hit. The bigger the hit, the less useful armor is. So technically, how good overwhelm is going to be is going to depend how hard we are hitting. So if we use a skill that does a bunch of smaller hits, we technically want more overwhelm, because enemy armor is going to be more effective against our hits. So we want to overwhelm more. But I'm not sure exactly how much is like optimal, like on average. Like, it's okay if we like overcap a little and waste some while fighting regular mobs. We don't want to overcap it too much to the point where we're not getting any benefit at all when even when fighting bosses. So then we're just wasting skill points and whatnot. I need to go and check out what are the armor numbers that bosses have, and see if they have any like flat defenses of any sort. I think they don't, but I'm not like 100% sure. And then I can try to calculate what's like the average hit I'm going to be doing. So that is gonna be a bit of an effort. So this boss is pretty easy. First you just kill a bunch of zombies. Then when he gets out of his chains, you're gonna have to pay a little bit of attention to make sure you don't walk on his corpse explosions. You can see these little things keep following you. So just keep an eye on them and you'll be fine. And a bit hard to see. But as usual, you wanna stay on the move. Standing still is probably the biggest danger in Path of Exile. Unless your character is specifically designed for that. Like I made juggernauts that have so much defense, so much regen on hit, recovery on hit, ES, health, everything. So I made characters where you want to stand still and just want to take as many hits as possible, because the more hits you take, the tankier you become. But usually you want to stay on the move. So what will be my main weapon? I think it's going to be a Paradoxica, which rolled Fizz and Impale chance and crit multi. So I'm probably gonna go a little bit into crit. We'll see how it turns out. Even if we don't go into crit, it's probably the highest damage one-hander I have outside of the foil I found. I don't want to use the foil with this character, because I'm already like kind of set on making this a physical based character, plus I want to use the foil for my other character. Let's see how it feels. I have no doubt it's still gonna be a fairly low damage build, but this is hardcore, and I won't have, well, not that I won't have time, it's more like I won't bother to put in that many hours into min-maxing it. I don't think it's necessary anyway. It's not like we're planning to kill Ubers or something. Just gonna work our way to T16 maps. Maybe try, if the build feels good, maybe we can try like do some Shaper or Elder Guardians. Maybe try to go fight one of those guys. We'll see. Haven't really done much bossing this league at all. Haven't done much endgame. And honestly, having too much fun grinding the league mechanics. I've almost fully completed the Atlas. Just have a few more maps. And yeah, some bosses are gonna be pretty annoying for this build. I think Shaper is probably gonna be one of the easier ones. Just Shaper won't have any ads while he's in his damage phase where he can be damaged, so you're not at risk hooking some random ad and like jumping into a slam or something. Something like Elder might actually be kind of annoying because he can spawn those thingies that might eat your hook and pull you into a slam or something. Cyrus might be a lot of builds might be iffy. Okay, let's keep going. I already took that. Okay. Are we getting a fat load of suppression? I think we can actually cap our suppression before the campaign ends, which will be like crazy good. So again, when in question where to go in a campaign zone, just follow the road. This zone is a little funny because the road splits into two. But usually you'll find the waypoint by the road. And this zone is interesting in that it drops a lot of the chaos div card. So if you're maybe league starting on Trade League and you really want, like, you know, some 1C unique or just a rare to buff your build, you can take like an extra, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes to reset this zone a few times, and you can probably find the chaos pretty fast. They do drop a lot of these div cards here. And yeah, in this zone, I think it's pretty much always you just go up the road. Yeah, there's some layout variations. There are some zones where it's like 90% of the time, you know, the exit is like go up, and then like 10% of the time it's like go down. It just completely boggles my mind sometimes. I'm like, I've never seen this layout before. What is going on? It's kind of weird how there's these uncommon variations sometimes. It's actually quite convenient to jump from pack to pack with this chain hook. We can go to town soon, get another skill point. We'll be almost capped at suppression, then we might take our, say bye-bye to a lot of our evasion and just take the Mage Bane keystone and potentially cap the suppression. We'll see how far we get. Kinda sucks to lose evasion, but it's usually worth if you can fully cap your suppression. Life regen, huh? I got a fix for that. Nice. Oh shit, I clicked the wrong button. So if you don't know, if you right click on the gem level up, it'll disappear from here. But it'll stay here. So if you want to have some gems like with these flat reservation auras, and you don't want to level them up, but you don't want them to hang out here, you can just right click them. Hey, very lucky dude, how am I doing? I am doing great. This build is actually not terrible, which is a nice change of pace compared to the last one, which was arguably quite bad. Like, I still had fun with that one too, but this one is definitely more enjoyable. So yeah, things are going nicely. This guy has extra life, so it takes a while to kill. So this zone is a little annoying for me because this place has a second level, but it also has an exit. So I think usually the second level is maybe go up. Then if you go out, you will go down left. You find the exit to the next zone. I think what I'm gonna do is gonna find the next zone, get the waypoint, and waypoint back here, then get the orb. Body swap build, you say? I have to say, I've never used that skill. I've looked at it and I'm like, I don't know how to make this work. Or I've thought like, okay, I don't want to think about it, you know. Maybe. Might be something cool we could do with that. I'm kinda excited, but also kinda dreading when we get our ascension and have to start looking into the offerings. I haven't given it any thought whatsoever, so we're gonna have to start reading the gems and see how we're gonna make them work in a way that isn't like completely terrible and clunky and actually get some good value. Yeah, there are a lot of different skills you rarely ever see anyone use. Sometimes it's because, you know, when people do play it, they put it on like their like second skill bar, so even if you watch them stream, you'll never actually see them use it. And you might not notice if they're using it among the, you know, the 10 other skills they do. But sometimes it's just because, yeah, the skill is shit, or people think it's shit. Which is funny how things work. Online communities always tend to, you know, gather around a meta, even if all evidence points to other things being viable as well. Like, I play a lot of League of Legends and, you know, watch a lot of the esports, and it's always so funny to me that there's like a hard meta, and, you know, pros don't want to deviate. They just play the same meta they're comfortable with, and then suddenly someone comes up with a better meta, and then everyone is like, oh my god, this is so good. This is amazing. We thought our meta was good, but this guy is way better. They thought of this random shit and it works and it's crazy, and we're all gonna have to do it now. So, like, people just don't like to experiment. Everybody just likes to do what is proven to work, and they'll like hope that someone else takes the dive and experiments and tries out new shit, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, okay, this works, we can now go play that. Like, I remember the meta from, I don't remember how many years ago it was, maybe like 5 years ago in League of Legends. I remember Riot buffing a certain item like 5 times because nobody used it. And it was like okay to begin with. Then they like buffed it once, and then it was pretty good. Still nobody used it because it wasn't meta to use it. Then they buffed it again. Then it was like pretty much over like broken already, and still nobody played it. They buffed it again. Now it was completely broken, and still nobody played it. So they buffed it one more time, and then it was like absolutely ridiculous. And then some guy went like, huh, you know, this seems pretty broken. Then a month later it was, hell yes, this is 100% meta, literally everyone is playing it. And I was like, dude, how could you not see the writing on the wall? It was coming for such a long time. That was really weird. But it happens a lot. People get just so invested into the meta. And like, to be fair, there are cases where, you know, the meta is meta for a good reason and there aren't that many good alternatives. But very, very often I feel like people are just lazy. They don't bother to experiment, innovate. Can we sustain through this? Almost. Take a little bit of damage. This guy's pretty tanky. Damage is falling off a little bit. This weapon is getting quite outdated, but we need to hit 66 before we can upgrade to a better weapon. I haven't actually played a lot of Age of Empires. I remember playing it a lot when I was younger, but like more casually. I'm really not a multiplayer kind of guy, which is funny that I played so much League of Legends and now PoE, which is, you know, technically multiplayer, but I primarily play alone. But yeah, the esports aspects can be really fun, even if you don't play yourself. It's always nice to watch people do something they're passionate about and that they're good at. So yeah, we should be able to get at least a few more levels before we clear this act. So my plan usually is I'm gonna get both the orbs, then I'm gonna go to Harbor Bridge, which is the zone right before the boss, and then I'm gonna farm a couple of levels. Then I'm gonna get my second ascension, being nice and strong and buffed up, so it won't be any challenge at all. And then I might maybe even farm one more level or something, because Harbor Bridge is such a nice linear zone with plenty of mobs. And then we like really get our higher level items ready to go. Our build will be coming fully online, and then we can do the boss and then move on to the next zones and just blast through those. Yeah, it's gonna depend what your build is like and what class you're playing. Some builds and some classes will want to do the lab early. Like if you're playing RF Inquisitor, maybe. You kind of want to get your Ascensions so you can get your free regen, so you can sustain the RF as early as possible. But for a lot of builds, you really don't care too much about getting your Ascension early. Like, it's always gonna help, but if you're scared of the lab at all, there's nothing wrong with taking your time, making sure your character is stronger. Try to get some regen, maybe some flat physical reduction, and get some Pantheons. Arakali and Rolakesh are going to be insane at mitigating trap damage from the labs. It makes it so much easier. It's not even funny. So how's our... Okay, our resists are fine. We can handle curses and exposures for now. Gonna have to think about this stuff later though. Not sure how many resists this build is gonna be playing with. We are using some uniques, so there's going to be some limitations with that. I'm a big fan of unique items, man. I'd like to make builds where everything is a unique. Because, you know, crafting in PoEs can be a hassle. Can be a lot of RNG. We can get very unlucky. We can spend, you know, hours, days, weeks farming your currency to craft something, and then you waste it all, you don't get anything, and you'll be like, God damn it. At least a unique is, you know, fixed stats. Usually easy to find, pretty cheap on Trade League, most of them. Okay, we are 87 suppression, so I'm pretty sure, yeah, we have enough dexterity, so when we take Mage Bane, we can actually cap suppression, which will make us into a very, very tanky boy. But yeah, getting some decent items with Rog can be pretty easy, though he tends to like end up giving you some pretty weird combinations of stats. Like you can get like all T1, but half of them like have no synergy. Like you'll get like spell damage, and you'll get like attacks. Everything is T1, and you're like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? But yeah, Rogue hasn't been super nice to me this league. But I gotten a few items. This foil I got yesterday, that was like the best thing I think he's ever given me. Like, I've gotten some 61 roll items, but, you know, as I said, they've been very unusable combination of mods. Yeah. My Atlas, yeah, I did most of the first week spec'd into Expedition and Rogue. Right now, I think, like, I'm still spec'd into Expedition because I think it's such a rewarding mechanic for SSF. But I don't, yeah, I spec'd out the special nodes because ultimately, I don't really care which guy I get too much because I use them all. I enjoy using them all. I enjoy gambling with Gwennen and getting 86 bases. Tanning is nice because he sells all the currency and he sells the logbooks, which is great. And, you know, Tujen gives amazing currency, you know, Rog makes those items, so I like using them all. Yeah, a lot of people don't bother with Gwennen anymore after they nerfed her unique drop rates. But I still like her because on SSF she can give you a lot of... Because she gets the most appearances in expedition content and the most vendor currency. That means you can get most of the high level 86 bases from her. Like Rog is so much more rarer that you'll have a harder time getting the good bases, especially when you want to craft the items and spend a lot of the currency on actually crafting, not as much buying the base itself. But with Gwennen you can just flip through her inventory one after another and just look, what is 86? Okay, that's 86, I'm just gonna grab it. I don't care if it rolls anything, I don't care if it's gonna be unique, I'm just gonna get the base. Yeah, I could go full essence. I'm actually spec'd into essence mostly. I spec'd out one part of it. Thing with essence is that these characters that I'm playing right now, these meme builds, they can't really handle the essences, so... And my main character is really good at farming essences, but I kind of wanted to branch out a little bit and try other content, so I spec'd into some Alba and some Metamorph. I build up some catalysts and do some Alba temples, maybe bank myself some double corruptions and for items and gems both. Yeah, Metamorph can be scary. But I'm sticking to like yellow tier maps because, yeah, I'm doing T8 maps mostly on my main character because they're easy enough that I can actually give them some juice and there isn't much threat of dying, and it's still high enough that you can go into Sanctum and get sanctified relics. And Metamorph, of course, you know, catalysts, you can get catalysts even in lower tier maps, so you don't have to do like red tiers. It's a good thing about a lot of league mechanics. A lot of people try to, you know, rush their build into raids and do league mechanics there when, yes, they can be more rewarding, and some league mechanics, like some drops, require higher eye level. Like if you want to get like golden oils for Blight, you have to do red tier maps. They won't drop in lower tier maps. But for a lot of league mechanics, you can definitely do them in lower levels and get most of the rewards, most of the stuff you care about. Like if you're doing Alba Temple for corruptions, you don't really care what level the temple is, right? Because you only care about the corruption device that you're gonna get. But if you like want to farm the Alba Temple for good item bases with incursion mods, then obviously you want the high tier temple. Otherwise you're gonna have a low level item to work with and it's gonna be worse. So there are some cases where you want to do high level, but a lot of the time you can earn a lot of currency, a lot of gear by doing lower level stuff. And yeah, of course they now added those memories. I've actually never seen one, never done one, because I haven't really been grinding higher tier red maps. I didn't really play that much last league, so this league been trying to keep my poor Deadeye alive, so I've kept her out of harm's way. I've done like, you know, almost a full Atlas completion, so I have done some juice corrupted red maps to get those bonus completions, but I tried mostly to keep her out of harm's way. It's been really scary. But yeah, I heard the memories are like super rewarding but very scary, especially on hardcore. And it makes sense, like they specifically designed it so that, you know, we'd have some extra endgame content to play around with and give us an opportunity to do league mechanics without having spec'd into it on the Atlas. So yeah. But now we are going to do our lap. Damn, this is nice. This is actually nice for the foil build, maybe. If we were gonna go crit with that, but probably won't. I'll still keep it around. This would be like, you know, if you're going one-handed crit with the Ellie skills, you know, be nice. What ascendancy I'm gonna go for first? That is a good question. Or second this time. Like this one will give us offerings. This one will give us AoE and, you know, 10% more damage. And then enemies do 10% less, which can be pretty huge. I think this probably makes the most sense, I guess. It's great, more damage, less damage taken, basically. This one can be nice too for ES regen, but probably not gonna go there. We'll probably go here anyway. I'll do the lab and then I'll sit on the ascendancy points and we can think about it. Gonna go get set up with our PoE lab. Crew lab.
With precision.
Now let me see. Thank God for PoE lab. Doing this stuff blind is quite annoying. Okay, so it looks pretty nice and easy. 4 dark shrines and everything, all very neatly packed. So we go down from the first zone. So yeah, we are 8 levels over the zone, which is gonna make it a lot easier. Like the traps alone can be annoying enough, so you don't want to, you know, also risk having mobs that can like one-shot you while you're dodging a trap.
Oops, clumsy me.
Okay, so this one will lead. Yep, this is where we need to go. Sometimes what you can do is just go into the wrong zone, but then just use the, like if there's an Izaro fight, but you want to do a side room and you haven't found the side room exit yet, you can just go into Izaro's room and then immediately leave it again through the other exit. Oh, I'm not gonna do into this puzzle. Oh, like I know it's really simple and just, you know, once you know how it works, it's really easy to do it every time, but I haven't bothered, so I just always click it randomly, and either takes me 5 seconds or 5 hours. So I'm not gonna torture you guys with that. Like a lot of basic puzzles that, you know, in life in general, like solving a Rubik's Cube or something like that. Some people like make it their goal to make sure they know how, and then they can show off. I've never learned stuff like that, so you give me a puzzle, I'm gonna look like an idiot. Like I know it's easy, but like, once you figure it out, I never like felt the passion and desire to just do it. Okay. Okay, where the hell is this dark shrine? Yeah, running lab is like You often get a feel for it, where things are, but sometimes it throws you a layout and you're like not quite sure. You can like see the angles in many places, but don't quite know where to go, and then you run around like an idiot. Okay, here it is. You can tell where the Dark Shrines is, because there are these hidden passages, and they will show up on the map. They always look like this, these more rectangular things. There's a switch. PoE Lab tells you whether there is a Dark Shrine in the zone, but it can't tell you exactly where it is. Like sometimes the creator misses a Dark Shrine, but usually they get it right, so you know. Okay, lab traps disabled in the trial. That is always nice to have. Not too much of a problem, but always helps. Always nice when you don't have to worry about that. Because yeah, Izaro can teleport you in the final phase and drop you into traps.
Weary traveler draws close to the end of an emperor is only as efficient.
Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Oh, just some allies. May as well kill those.
Death and loyalty.
We're pretty tanky. I don't think Izaro can really hurt us. No, not with this fat juicy shield on us. If he can even hit us at all, because yeah, we have so much evasion.
See your sense. What ambition.
Yes.
Determination.
And the way Izaro usually works is there are some sort of hidden mechanics that you may not be aware of. That's like Izaro will get various buffs and stuff from whatever the instance spawns him. Like each of the 3 fights will spawn something to help Izaro. And if you don't kill them, then those mechanics will also be present in the next fight, and so they can make it harder. At the same time, I think if you don't interrupt those secondary mechanics, if you let Izaro get as buffed up as possible, you will get like an extra treasure key and stuff like that. So there are reasons why you want to make the fight as hard as possible. But on hardcore, I think you usually want to just kill whatever Izaro spawns, so they're out. I'm not gonna make the following fights more difficult. Well, there should be a Dark Shrine here as well. Not exactly sure where that's gonna be. Probably in here somewhere. Gonna look around a little bit. Doubt it's over there, but you never know. There's a gauntlet. Dark Shrines usually aren't behind a gauntlet. So let's explore this way instead. Yep, should be over here. This is one layout, that like construction that keeps happening. You can usually tell. Okay, an extra unique item. Doesn't sound like much, but on SSF you always take any unique rewards. They're always nice. Can drop you something you've been wanting to use but just haven't found before. Just gonna check the... Yep, there's one here and there's one in the next one as well. It's very front-loaded this time around. Get all the Dark Shrines out of the way really fast. Let's see, where could it be? I'm not gonna kill everything in these zones because it's a fairly low-level zone. We already out-leveled it, so we're not getting as much experience, so we don't have to fear like we're missing out too much. Again, some blue packs and some rares. Yeah, there's not too much reason to care about the dark shrines in lower tier labs. Because usually what you want is to get, you know, the twice enchanted, and you want to get a good shot at a good helm enchant. And helms only start showing up on the third lab. But I'm just doing because, you know, whatever, it's chill. This time they're basically all in the way anyway, so. Like, I personally, I didn't used to like lab very much, but these days I do kind of enjoy it. I think lab is just kind of cool. The way it's implemented maybe isn't, you know, the best way. It can be a bit annoying with all the traps and all that stuff, but I think like the atmosphere and the design of the lab is kind of cool. I actually had the lab soundtrack. Oh shit, Acceleration Shrine. That's pretty badass. Anyway, I had the lab soundtrack playing in my hideout for like for a year or two, I think. Just gonna get the Dark Shrine here too, for funsies. Now we do have the Acceleration Shrine, so it shouldn't be that hard to find. But yeah, twice blessed, so we can get something nice for our gloves and boots, maybe. Though I swear to God, I will never remember what the actual enchant names are for the gloves, which are the good ones.
Strikes without hesitation. When one defiles the entity, one defiles the emperor.
Yeah, they should update those, the gloves, and make it a bit more... clear. Maybe just... Okay, whatever, let's just kill this bastard.
You are inexhaustible. An empire must be built to weather any storm.
But I do believe they're trying to get rid of the lab. Or like BOE 2. Like, keep the Ascensions in some form, but not like have it be tied to the lab or something. I don't remember what exactly they said, but I think that was the general idea. Looking to rework a lot of stuff. Let's see. Is this where we need to go? No, it doesn't matter which one. Let's see. No Dark Shine, so we just rush through. Not gonna bother with the chests. We are all good in that front. Just run, run, run. Yep, there's the final one.
An aspirant can afford
Easy peasy.
an emperor. Our throne is the most devious trap of them all.
So yeah, if you don't get the traps turned off, this final fight, Izaro is going to try to teleport us every now and again with this green circle. So you just walk out of that one. Otherwise, you might end up yourself in a trap. Oh, I'll take that one. I like that quiver. First thing I always do is I get my ascendancy points. So if the instance crashes, I got what I needed. Okay. Edict of Inferno. You know, I have zero idea what that does. I think it brings down a meteor. That is whatever. We can't use that. Wonder if we're gonna use it on these. It already has one thing. Or if I'm just gonna throw it on these gloves that I think we're gonna use. Not 100% decided, but... Thunder adds fire damage if you've killed recently. Nah, fuck that. Though I might... Actually, kinda might want these gloves for my foil character, so maybe... What was the boot one? Yeah, okay. Nah, fuck it. I don't care enough about to think about this low level enchant. Okay, now begins the not so fun part of trying to... Oh, actually it's kind of fun. Trying to figure out how we're gonna spec into this Ascendancy and see what happens. How's the roll? Okay, max spell damage, but min attack damage. Yeah. Just gonna drop it somewhere random. I don't have room for this stuff. Now let's see. Do we take the offering? Or do we try to figure out how to get corpses and consume corpses? I think we take the Plaguebringer, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, 1 nearby corpse, 2 more damage. Enemies deal less, don't even need to consume it yet, yeah. Cast speed is useless mostly. Actually, it does help a little bit with the flame dash, so it's not even completely useless. Alright. So now we need to slot in Desecrate. So we need a way to generate corpses when there are none around, like for bossing. It's not gonna matter during mapping, but in some cases you might want it. You slap that in somewhere. Getting kinda... Guess we don't need the golem here. Doesn't look like it's dying anytime soon thanks to its own regen and those 2 relics helping out. Yeah, I'm not sure if how we're gonna automate this stuff. But we might just have enough, you know. The build might be fine enough even if we don't automate it. We'll have to see. Like, obviously, if this was easy to make work in a really nice and effective way, people probably wouldn't have recommended this as one of the worst builds in the game. No. So it would be really funny if we could find out some really smooth, effective way to use this weird chain Hook Necromancer combination, and people will go, oh shit, this is actually cool, let me play that too. Like, that would be hilarious, but I doubt it. Do we level it up? We don't actually need to level it up because we don't need it to do damage. But there's... I think we're gonna have enough mana. Does it spawn more corpses later as well? I don't know. I don't know how that works. Yeah, the weapon is pretty shit at this moment, and the clear is fine. And 3 more levels, and we can put on our Paratoxica, which will... I think it won't be unfair to say it's gonna like increase our damage by like a factor of 5 or something. It's gonna like massive. Be a massive upgrade. Like putting on your endgame weapon while in Act 8. It's kinda nuts. Right, so we're at 87. We're gonna lose almost like over 3000 evasion, which sucks, but now our suppression is capped. So now spells will barely tickle us. Which leaves our only current vulnerability, which is damage over time. We have some regen, thanks to the golem, so it's not terrible. But it's certainly still a weakness. No, no! I'm not gonna run these. Not much point doing them in the campaign. I try to get the weapon upgrade first. Okay. Get this, get this. So yeah, you deal more damage. It's very nice. Can we see the debuff on enemies? No, we can't. But we can assume that they do 10% less damage. You're still thinking poison is the way to go? Yeah. It might be, because we are heavily on the right side of the tree, so we have good access. And we'll have a lot of attack speed, so we can get a lot of poison stacks up. That is definitely an option. The thing with poison is that you kind of want to use Plague Bringer, because it just gives you such massive damage boost. It's gonna be yet another button I would have to press. At this point we're gonna have like 10 buttons that we want to regularly press to get maximum value. So I'm a little scared of that, so I'm not really a button presser. By default, like most PoE players, I quite enjoy single button playstyles. I think most people play it that way. Actually, I feel we're probably tanky enough that we don't actually need to farm this zone. Might just go and do the boss. Now that we have our full suppression, damage is okay. Farming full 3 levels probably is a bit much for the weapon. This boss can be pretty annoying with its spell damage, but yeah, now that we have our thingamajiggy, so we should make sure we spawn the corpses here. Okay. Come on. But you're both gonna stick around? I thought one of you should leave. Hello? Yes. Very good. What is going on? They both want to stay all the time. It's kind of funny. Yeah, these falling thingies really hurt. In this fight, one of the main things to watch out is to make sure you stand behind Solaris. With Lunaris, you can just dodge the projectiles and make sure you're not standing on the fire, and you're fine. Yeah, with Solaris, a lot of her abilities really hurt if you get hit by it. This is about to do this beam thing. Those hurt really bad, but if you stand behind her, she won't be able to hit you. There's like a safe zone behind there. Okay, that was very easy. This build is already extremely tanky. So yeah, this character is probably gonna have to go Brian King to get decent stun prevention and freeze immunity. But all the greater pantheons can be very useful for this build, specifically for melee. Like Lunaris is really good for mapping. You jump into a pack of mobs, you get a bunch of bonus physical reduction and movement speed, chance to avoid projectiles, and avoid projectiles that have chained, which is really good if you're playing any kind of minion build. right? Because your minion gets hit and then it changes to you, which can kill you. So if you take that, that can be really effective at keeping you alive. It's also pretty good for evasion builds in general. No, not evasion, but for builds that have armor and get hit a lot. Because you take 6% reduced elemental damage if you have been hit recently, and if you always get hit, it's pretty much always active. So it's gonna get you like, I think on average like 1% max res effectively, give or take. That's nice. Solaris is usually for passing, because you get a lot of additional reduction when there's only one nearby enemy, and you take less area damage from hits if you get lucky. And this is good for evasion builds, less elemental damage taken if you haven't been hit recently. And of course the crit reduction is insane. The way crits work is that the crit is decided when the ability is used. So when the enemy attacks you, they roll for a crit. If it's a crit, it's a crit. And everything that is part of that ability is going to be a crit. So if the enemy has multiple projectiles and he rolls a crit, all those projectiles will be crits. So it's very easy to get shotgunned. Like some mobs with multiple projectiles that overlap, he rolls a crit and they're all gonna crit, and they overlap, so they're gonna absolutely wreck your ass. But if you have this one all the way upgraded, take no extra damage from critical strikes if you have taken a critical strike recently. So you can get protection against multiple crits. Like the first projectile hits you and it's a crit, then you get crit immunity, and all the rest projectiles, which are also crits, are now gonna do less damage. So it can be really good on hardcore if you're worried about crits. But yeah, on this build we're gonna have to get the stun and freeze prevention, which can be easily even more important. Like crits are problematic, but being stunned, frozen, yeah. Losing control of your character is very often just death. Hardcore or softcore. This guy's tanky. Okay. Okay, so now we're in Blood Aqueducts. This is a zone which a lot of people like to farm. In large part, this got popularized because of the Tabula Rasa div card that drops here, but also because it's a really nice and linear area, very easy to run through. The layout is very simple and consistent. However, on hardcore it is not like, I'm not the biggest fan, because this zone does have these revenants who cast DD. As you can see, all these red thingies exploding, so that can be kind of scary. It's one of the few things that can kill you very easily, even if you have really high defenses, because the way it scales with monster health. Like, it exploding a very low health white mob is not gonna do anything, but if it like explodes a rare monster, it can straight up like one-shot you. So you wanna look out for that. So if you really want to farm this area for XP or div cards or whatever, make sure you keep an eye out for these revenant guys. This build is kinda questionable as well, because I keep chain hooking all over the place. It can be kinda hard to avoid the DD effectively. Okay, Soul Leader with a possession. Okay, that's why you're so goddamn tanky. Oh, when you were a special mob as well. Okay. Hidden Loot Goblin on top for extra power. Okay. A bit of... Oh shit. Oh shit, we're lagging. Damn. The game crashed. Alright. Did something the game didn't like. I doubt we died. I think we're too tanky to just die in a few seconds like that. Yeah, we're fine. Like, I don't think I have ever lost a character on hardcore over 3 years of playing on it to disconnects, because I usually build my characters so tanky that even if they go AFK in a pack of monsters for a couple of seconds, they don't usually die. Like, my current Deadeye is probably the only character I have that could actually die like that, because she is so squishy. But even her is probably gonna have a decent chance of living because she has so much evasion. So I do think that a lot of people who are softcore players tend to think that you die way more often on hardcore to disconnect than you actually do. Like, it does happen to some people, but very often it is because their build just isn't tanky at all and they're like rushing through the campaign or through mapping. So they're just like barely tanky enough not to die to random shit, but not tanky enough to actually tolerate a few seconds of AFK. But I always try to have this like buffer of tankiness. Like, I don't think I'm like that good of a player that I can just outplay everything. I want to like stat check some stuff. Of course, it really depends on your internet connection as well. If you have a really poor connection, you definitely want to be tankier. If you know you're gonna get disconnects, like not like if but when, then yeah, build more tanky. It'll be less frustrating in the long run. Yeah, that's true. If you need something like Leech to survive, then it can be problematic if you DC. The minute your character stops doing anything, you're just screwed. Okay, I'm not gonna keep fighting these guys. Our damage is falling off a little bit without a better weapon. It's getting kind of annoying with these rares. Yeah, luckily my internet connection is generally pretty stable, so I don't have to worry about disconnects like that. The only issues I get are usually just game crashes, which also doesn't happen very often at all. I'm generally the guy who doesn't get any major issues with my games. Like, I always read, like, I play Path of Exile and I play like League of Legends, and I always say people saying, oh yeah, the client is shit, the game is shit, it's always crashing, always buggy, 100 bugs here, 100 bugs there, everything is bugged. And I've like played both games for 10 years and I can count on like one hand the number of times I've had like serious bugs. Like, I really don't consider like one crash a week even a serious bug. Like, oh no, the game crashed like once a week, you know. My fucking YouTube crashes more than that, so I don't really consider that a big deal. It does seem some people talk like every map is like a crash or everything is buggy, nothing works. That's extreme over exaggeration, I think. Yeah, this league I read about some of the posts on Reddit about some Terran generation issue with crashed instances. I didn't experience myself, but I understand it was an issue for some people, but I do think they fixed it by now. But yeah, Reddit loves to complain. Like, a part of me understands that people are just passionate and they, you know, want to give feedback and want the game to be better, but so often it feels people are just complaining for the sake of complaining, not because they actually have anything worthwhile to tell or anything worthwhile to accomplish with what they're saying. Like, saying, "Oh, your game sucks. Fix this, fix that." Like, you're not really. That's not really helpful feedback. Yeah, it's always funny to read about nerfs and yeah, this is dead, that is dead, game is dead, blah blah blah. You know, League of Legends has been a dead game since before it was launched. I was in the forums before it was launched, back in beta. People were making posts. League of Legends is dead on arrival. Nobody will ever play this game. It sucks. Yeah, and then every year since launch, every day, someone will post on Reddit, dead game, nobody plays it. You know, Overwatch came out, yep, League killer, it's gonna take over the esports world, League is gonna be dead, nobody will play it. Yep, for sure, for sure. Nobody ever plays it. League of Legends is dead. League of Legends and all their 100 million players or whatever. Okay, now what? What are we doing now? I'll just take the damage actually right now. 40% increased. Why not? Yeah, Riot Games MMO coming up. All kinds of games coming up. Actually, I haven't checked how far along they are with any of those, but it's been a few years since they announced them, I think. So I would imagine they're starting to get pretty close with some of those releases. Like, yeah, we might still not see it in a few years, but I also wouldn't be surprised if we like get some betas or something coming up in like a year, something like that. Oh, blocks attacks. Really, bro? I'm really not much of an MMO player myself, because, yeah, I like to play solo, and a lot of MMOs have this... Usually there's a point where you're kind of forced to play with other people if you want, like, the competitive gear. Like I put like 100 hours into Lost Ark, just, you know, just doing the quest, just chilling, exploring the world and blah blah. But eventually I had to do these multi-man raids and whatnot, and then it was like half the people in the party never learned the boss mechanics, so I was like, yeah, I'm stuck here with these people that don't know how to do the fight, so I can't get my gear upgrades, so blah 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 blah. That was very annoying. That's why I don't play MMOs long term usually. As for Diablo 4, I mean, it looks fine. Like, I've always been a fan of the slower playstyle. So as far as it looks, you know, looking less speedy and zoomy and less visual effects focused than PoE, might be nice. I'm definitely gonna play it. Like, I know a lot of people will be like, I'm gonna wait for reviews, but I'm like, I don't even trust half the player reviews these days. Some of my favorite games have like pretty mediocre reviews. Some of the games with really good reviews I haven't liked at all. So I'm gonna decide for myself. If it really is bad, I'm gonna decide for myself, and then I'll stop playing if it's bad. But I think it's pretty likely to get one's money's worth just for playing through the story alone. I mean, Diablo has such an iconic lore and world behind it that I probably just want to get the story experience no matter what, even if the gameplay isn't worth much. I'll get my story, I'll get my cinematics, and then, you know, come back to PoE or whatever. Yeah, haven't heard that many great things about the Diablo endgame, but as I understand, there's also most of the NDAs prevent people from sharing all the details, and they have like, most have had limited access, so they don't actually know what it's going to be like. And of course, there's still like 6 months before the game releases, so there's plenty of time for them to adjust the end game. And ultimately, I think a lot of people need to reel in their expectations about endgame for a freshly launched game. Because, like, if you look at Path of Exile, just think about how many years it has taken for the game to get to this point. We had so many years of where, you know, endgame was pretty, you know, empty. You know, we started with like doing like piety runs and stuff like that, so it can take a while for a game to really build up that content. Having it be competitive with like Path of Exile's endgame at launch is never gonna happen, and people really shouldn't expect it. But yeah, we'll see how it turns out. I'm definitely excited to at least play it a little bit. I have played every single... I think I played every single, you know, hack and slash RPG that is out there. I do enjoy the genre. So I have a decent idea about what's like been done and how the different games are like. And I enjoy all of them for different reasons. Yeah, it's pretty hard to compete with Path of Exile's endgame opportunities. Like, none of the other games have really managed to compete with PoE either, so I don't expect Diablo 2 either. Especially when it's most likely not their goal anyway. Like, they are going to appeal to a somewhat more casual player base. Because yeah, they're all about that money. And while Path of Exile is quite profitable, last I looked, it's definitely not that big of an IP name as Diablo and Blizzard backing them. Yeah, and console focus, yeah. Though to be fair, I did read on Reddit that people are already, you know, someone completed the campaign while playing on a Switch on a plane. So they completed the entire campaign as they were flying across the world. That's pretty cool. Life regen, huh? Let's fix that. So yeah, Path of Exile is getting into the console market somewhat decently now. Okay, this zone, what we do is we just kill these guys, then we get one item we need. We also have to find a waypoint in this zone somewhere, which is annoying. So I don't think there's a very obvious logic to where this waypoint is. I think it's near this quest area, but I'm not sure. We're gonna have to see. You do want to kind of find it because you're gonna have to come back here. Some of the quest stuff. If you go down and up, there's this blocked passage. You need to go to town to get the so-called key to open that up. The waypoint, maybe it's up. Oh, it's here. Okay. It's relatively close to the quest area, but I don't know how that logic holds up. Now this area is the first time you will start seeing betrayal. So it's not uncommon for people to farm this area and the next area for betrayal unveils in fresh leagues and in races. Because while in the campaign you are limited to a single type of encounter, getting early unveils can be very nice, and you can reset the zones multiple times. Like this foothills is probably the most common place. The way people do it is they just go to the waypoint, reset the waypoint, and see if the quest pops up to do any betrayal mission. If it doesn't, they just click on the waypoint again and reset again. They just keep doing it until the mission spawns. Then they go do the mission, get their veiled item if they're lucky, then go back to the waypoint, reset again, and keep doing this over and over and over and over again until they get the unveil that they want. This also works with Delirium. You can also get Delirium in this zone. So sometimes you want cluster jewels that are low level. You don't always want the highest level, because some cluster jewel notables are like eye level 1 or eye level 50. And you don't want the higher eye level 1, so you actually want the low cluster jewel. That's one thing you can do here. You pretty much count on it once the gauntlet starts. A lot of people will spend hours. A lot of the top racers, like, they will get to this point in like 2-3 hours, right? And then they will sit here for like 5 hours maybe, just grind Betrayal and Delirium non-stop. Just sit here and grind, just to get their unveils, so that when they get into maps, right? Because in maps you will be limited, right? You'll be limited by the amount of master missions you have, and by the RNG, if you actually, you know, spawn a master mission in the map, or spawn or get a mission as a reward for killing the boss. That's all RNG. But in this campaign you can just reset it indefinitely. Though you do have to keep in mind that League mechanics only appear in the campaign when you are at a maximum of 10 levels above the zone. Like, once you get 11 levels above the zone, it stops spawning. Pretty sure it's 10 anyway. So you can't really go into the maps and get some XP in maps and then come back into campaign, because you'll be out leveled the League spawn mechanic. Though there is an exception. The exception is that zones with a level of 65 and higher, I believe, will always spawn League mechanics. It doesn't matter how over leveled you are. You can be level 100, and if you go to a campaign zone 65, it will still spawn. So that's why, like, what I like to do is I often like to go into Act 10 Desecrated Chambers, or maybe Reliquary, and farm League content there for a very long time. Like this league, I went to maps and I struggled to clear the maps struggled to clear the Sanctum in the maps early on. So what I did, I went back to Act 10 and I spent like 3 hours farming Reliquary and doing Sanctum runs. And it was a lot easier, and I was able to do the whole Sanctum in like 3 hours or something. Because I just kept resetting the zone and just running straight to the Sanctum over and over and over again. So that made it, you know, it taught me a lot about the Sanctum mechanics. It also allowed me to grab some nice relics to make my runs easier, so then when I went back to the mechanic in maps, it was a lot easier. With this boss, there's not much to say, except he has this Petrify attack he might do, where he'll channel a beam at you, and that will petrify you, and that is bad, because Petrify is like a really long duration stun / freeze thing. So we really don't want to get hit by that, if you can afford it. We are 66, so now we can slap on our endgame weapon. What's this? Alright, give me something cool. No. Whatever.
Be careful.
Okay, we're dropping maps already. LE damage. Sure, why not? Slap it in there. Let me get this quest item. Now we take our skill point. And now we really gotta... Actually, now that we're not using Vitality anymore, we can actually unspec out of this one. Don't need that. We could take the nearby enemies have reduced life regen rate, which is gonna be helpful, but not that relevant because we have Frost Bomb anyway, so we may as well not waste the skill point for now. We could of course take a bunch of health. That is never a wrong choice. But I think we go up and we get this reservation efficiency, so we can eventually slot in this Tempest Shield, so we can get a shock immunity, which is a really big thing. I usually don't want to take the reduced life recovery rate, because when the regen is low enough, nuking it even further, as that's our only weakness, I'd rather not do that. Yeah, the top on the tree is slightly better for slightly better overall, because it gives more aura effect. So the issue is that it's slightly farther. We also get a really nice notable here, which will give us a bunch of attack speed and movement speed, so this is very nice to get. And if we are going into crit, we're gonna want to take this wheel anyway, so we wanna go here anyway. Then it's only 2 points away. We do wanna probably go into Ghost Route, so we're gonna go up here anyway, eventually. I gotta really look at this whole area. It looks so bad. Like everything looks bad here, the way the pathing goes, but it's just a thing that it looks bad, but then you spend like an hour thinking about it and you find out you can't actually save any points. It's always gonna look bad. So yeah. Could of course go into poison already. Some really good stuff with poison, like it's one trick a lot of people do. That's a bit far for this build, but if you can get Claw Mastery, there's a mastery that enemies poisoned by you cannot deal critical strikes. So you see a lot of poison builds take this Claw Mastery even if they don't use claws, because it's just, you know, it's so effective. There's actually a claw one here too, but these are takes too many skill points. Our accuracy is getting fucked though, so maybe we just have to path into this accuracy node first. Because if we lose our accuracy, that's gonna take just a massive dump on our damage. Yeah, crit with poison. The problem is it's gonna take a big chunk out of our hit damage, and we're gonna also be doing a lot of hit damage, so we probably don't want that. Like the ailments and crits work with they work at a somewhat non-intuitive way. Like crit multiplier doesn't affect ailments by default. Like you can only get them to affect it with perfect agony. Like by default, all crit multiplier for ailments with crits is 50%. And it's like a straight up additive 50% multiplier with any other multiplier sources. I think if you want to boost the damage, it like makes more sense to go over here. So this is just straight up multiplier increase. This doesn't give us any penalty on the hits. Plus there's a really good mastery here, less damage taken from damage over time. So this would give us a lot of defensive value as well. Yeah, I think we go into the accuracy. This should completely fix our accuracy issues for the entire game. And yeah, we can save some mana with the preservation and precision efficiency if we need it, or if we can maybe even completely get rid of precision. Let's go here from now. Plus we get this one life thingy. It looks so messy. I mean, we can get rid of this and connect from here, and connect this from here. It doesn't really do anything, except later it can allow us to go into poison. And then yeah, so it's like So like we can take this life one back out as well, but it's 6%, so it's fine. It's better than any alternatives anyway. Yeah, it looks nicer, but we didn't really save any points. Only when we go into poison we're gonna get value from not taking this one. So it looks weird. I don't really think we can, you know, because then again we could put this point back here and get rid of this point, right? So it's like nothing really changes. Kind of awkward. Anyways, Paradoxica. Like, I'm super tempted to throw a Divine on this because it's min rolled pretty much across the board. I actually found quite a few Divines. These have all been found, by the way, just dropping on the floor. But I think it's not necessary for now. Right, we need 2 blue, 1 green, 1 red. Again, this is a pure dexterity base. So 2 blue, 1 red. Yes, yes. Yeah, I could do all kinds of swaps and stuff, but I have the chromes. I'm just gonna slap it in there. I do hate the whole hassle with playing with socket colors and stuff. Just gonna take the shortcut. The damage should be now pretty insane, I imagine. So let's give it a shot. Let's go here, let's kill. Yeah, I buy all the chromas from Tujin and I pick up a bunch as well. Yeah, killing shit pretty nicely. This guy's evasive with extra life and he's going down pretty fast. Not bad. I'm actually not sure if the attack speed is... Yeah, it's a little worse. This weapon is a bit slower. So it's gonna feel a little worse until we get some more attack speed sources. But yeah, the damage should be like 5 times better or something. And what is this layout? Yeah, it's just... It's hitting pretty nice. Yeah, you're gonna have to give it some thought as to what exact links we'll be using down the line. No! You fucking sucker. Yeah, we're pretty much one-shotting the complete trash mobs. Like, what is this layout? I swear to God, like, I played this game for 10 years and still, like, randomly run into layouts that aren't common. Like I feel like usually it starts you at the bottom and then you work, then it might loop back around, but I don't think this layout is the most common one. But you know, never know. Like, you can only, like, usually speak from your experience unless you watch a lot of streamers play through the campaign. That is one big issue with all video game communities. Everyone be talking about, you know, the game is like this, the game is like that, and they almost never actually give it thought that they're just seeing it from their perspective, and games with a lot of RNG variables can be so much different for other people. Oh, that's a pretty nice damage. Let's fucking face that bastard nearly instantly. It's gone. Yeah, loot was nerfed, terrible. When the reality was the loot was nerfed for the top 1% who were, you know, doing ultra giga mega juicing that most people can't even dream of. Like, I remember watching Mathel, and Mathel, people asked, yo, is the loot really bad? Mattel was like, I don't know, I haven't noticed anything. Like, said like, maybe I feel like I've gotten a little unlucky with loot. Like, so like he barely noticed that something was maybe a little bit worse. And that was it. Yeah. It is a really big issue that content creators, the top 1%, tend to really change the perception of the game. Too many people are focusing on what, you know, these content creators are doing with the game instead of their own gameplay. It's like people can be super happy with the game, having a ton of fun, and then they go on like Twitter or Reddit or see some content creator bashing the game, and they'll be like, yeah, fuck the game. It's in a bad spot, despite just having fun all league with it. It's really weird how people, you know, get affected like that. And to be fair, like, I can also feel the effect. Like, if I'm having fun, but like all of Reddit and Twitter is crying, then it will deflate my hype as well. That's why, like, I do hate that it's a thing, but there's no denying that, like, general community hype does have an effect on your hype as well. But
from the torments of immortality. May humanity flourish.
But I try to focus on whether or not I'm having fun. So Shakari is something we can actually go into, because we technically don't care about the bleeding damage because our shield makes us immune to bleed anyway. So if we remove this, all that we're really losing is the corrupting blood damage reduction from the when moving. But we have a flask for that, and corrupting blood usually isn't as big of a deal as bleed, because corrupting blood takes time to stack up and you can usually just cleanse it off in time. Bleed can sneak up on you with the triple damage while you're moving, so I think I'm gonna go with Shakari. Yeah, the Burning Ground is very nice as well, but this we have to upgrade first. The rest of the stuff, we don't need fish reduction, so yeah, we don't need flasks. I think we take Shakari, because damage over time and chaos is probably our biggest vulnerability right now, so we want to get that mitigated a little bit. We'll see how it looks down the line. Let's grab this point. Oh, also bag myself a nice eye level 89 Stygian. We have to craft for our other characters. Did a D16 Abyssal Depths with the notes taken. I almost died. My Deadeye got like almost one shot by like 20 times. I got some harvest resources, yeah, but I just now spec'd into harvest, so I'm just now starting to farm it up. The harvest so far is just the stuff I found like randomly while doing other stuff. I actually haven't spec'd into much harvest at all in a while. So we have a 17% crit as it is, which is a decent amount, without actually having really spec'd into it. I think there are some good essences. There's the Chaos Resist essence, that I think is a good choice, though it is somewhat rare. That is an option. All I know is that no matter what I choose, I'm gonna have to farm a whole bunch on my other character. But it's fine. I think this is a league where we can go in for the long haul. Just chill for a while. Make my foil character for the real endgame clearing, because I don't think I'm going to use my Deadeye for that. Like, there's no way I'll be able to farm D16s and do endgame bosses and not just randomly eat like a one shot at some point. Like, I died like 20 times yesterday almost. Yeah, go for the chain hook. Like, unironically, the Vigilant Strike build was so tanky. I think it could literally do most of the endgame bosses. It would just take like 1 hour per boss. And this build might end up in a similar spot where it'll become tanky enough where you can just whittle down the bosses over time. It's just gonna be so slow and take so long that it's not going to be enjoyable. But like, I killed my first Elder and Shaper like years ago on a cleave build. I straight up right click the bosses to death very slowly. That's kind of... So I've been there, I've done that. Physical resistance. I do feel like we need to... Getting some more overwhelm might be worthwhile. I do think there's one node we can still get to, where we can get some of that. Stop regenning. Stop moving. You know how hard it is to hit a hook on a moving target? Jesus. Boom, boom, boom. Definitely have damage now. Hopefully we can keep scaling it to the point where it'll nicely scale up as we go into maps. We're not gonna have like some kind of a crazy drop off. Ice wall, yeah. I wonder, does the chain hook take me over the wall? I wonder. Guess we'll find out when we run into that. Yeah, not sure how all these niche interactions work. That's always the thing with the more weirder skills. You have to really research the interactions, and if the skill is new, it might take a while before the community figures out, tests everything. Like, I was interested to play this chain hook thing simply because, you know, I kind of wanted to try it. But I also knew that it was probably gonna be okay because, you know, I actually watched Mathel do a chain hook build, so I'm pretty sure he like cleared most of the end game with it. So at least the skill itself is, you know, it's been done. So the Necromancer part is definitely a bit of a curveball. But yeah, sometimes I just wish people watched more Mathel and they would complain less about build diversity. You can't watch a man play a random ass skill every week and clear the endgame with it and still believe that there isn't diversity. The meta is stale. But yeah, Ruthless is definitely something I do want to try. We'll see, we'll see. Oh, nice. A gem goblin. Sweet. Tons of free power. Okay, how's our accuracy? 195, that's pretty good. Actually, I was hoping it to be a bit better than that. Doesn't feel that high yet. Might have to take the mastery, which gives more accuracy per dexterity. Maybe that will fix our issues. It's definitely a downside compared to the Vigilant Strike where we went so far into the Marauder tree area that we were able to get the always hit. Yeah, body swap build. Yeah. That's a cool ideas to try out. I was thinking about making a next post asking for not the worst melee skill, but just in general the worst or the most jankiest skill that nobody has made a build with. I think somebody said Whirling Blades. And I would imagine someone has made some kind of build with that. The issue with that build is that I would probably just go into the same body armor again. Because if you're making a damage-oriented build with a movement skill, this chest is probably like, you know, the go-to. So I'd rather not go for quite a similar thing yet. The boss in this area is going to be a little scary because we didn't go into our shock immunity. So that boss is like shock incarnate. So I have to make sure we don't get sloppy. Yeah, body swap is also a movement skill. Like you can of course use different armors and all that, but I feel like +5 to gems and 100% increased damage is like too huge not to use. Like it's such a boost. HP and fire damage. Yeah. Okay. So this boss has some interesting mechanics. First off, the arena is gonna shock you and damage you. Then the boss has 2 major attacks. First, he's gonna attack the ground. And that's gonna do kind of like a earthquake ability thingy. So you can walk away from that. You just walk away when he does that. The second is the boss gets energized and starts channeling a big lightning explosion. So once he starts doing that, you also just back off. We have so much damage, the boss fight actually took so little time. Couldn't really show much of those mechanics, which is a very nice problem to have in general.
Take care.
Let's go kill Sin's wife, because that's a thing. It's a bit of a weird layout. Usually you have on the opposite sides, you have the one is the foundry, the other is the waifu fight. This time it kinda ended up like this. Okay, this boss is nothing special. It's a pretty basic melee. You do go invisible. The arena tries to kill you a little bit with those whirling thingies. We do take some damage from that. It's not too bad. I actually just noticed, I think it was the Ascendancy, the Plague Bringer, that makes them take more damage. I think they developed some kind of a red aura? Yeah, something. These twisters are a little annoying when you don't have a lot of regen. Yes, damage over time. My physical shield will not protect against any of that. So we do take some damage. Need to be careful. Our Akali does shave off 10%, so that's very nice. So now we go back, get our skill point. It's been a while since I last read their stories, but I'm pretty sure I would agree with Tasuni more. A shame it doesn't really matter in the overall scheme of things. Now we take this final accuracy one. Now we go beeline and do the boss. So our accuracy is almost capped. We have 20% crit chance. This weapon has a pretty decent base crit. What's our multiplier? 220 multiplier. That's not too bad. And yeah. Then I think we will go into that reservation, or maybe take a few life nodes along the way. Our life is okay. It's slightly low, but we do also have some ES, so still comes out about the average of the recommended. It's about 300 per act. Plus we are quite tanky. We have this 1000 point physical shield. And we have a lot of evasion. Decent amount of armor. So we should be fine. Chieftain or Necro for body swap. Yeah. Like fire damage is involved. Oh shit, we almost killed ourselves with the DD. Oh shit. Yeah, it's scary, those DDs. That's why these mobs can be problems. I wonder what is the point of this guy? What's the story behind this guy? Just hanging out here or what? Instilling orb, we're gonna need those. Those that don't know, there is also a recipe to make instilling orbs out of enkindling orbs. You need 2 enkindling orbs and a counter-strike skill, like Reckoning, Vengeance, Riposte. So sell 2 enkindling orbs with one of those skill gems, plus I think it's an alchemy orb. And then you will get an instilling orb, which is really nice if you're looking to automate your flasks. That's what I do every league. I'm really not a fan of flask piano mechanics. I don't enjoy it, even if it would be more optimal. So instead I automate all my flasks to be either usually to be cast when charges are full, and then depending on whether I have like an evasion build or a crit build, I do Kena charge when hit or Kena charge when you crit, something like that, if you have better charge uptime. So you end up with as long as you're moving fast and killing shit, you can usually like simulate a sort of a mage blood feeling. Almost always having your flasks up without having to press anything. Oh god, this guy moving and casting this bullshit. There definitely have been a lot of quality of life upgrades to the game that I don't think a lot of people appreciate. Like, things used to be so much worse. Like, for God's sake, we had a time before affinities. Like, we had to actually manually click on the stash tab we wanted to deposit stuff in, and then one by one click the relevant loot into that tab. These days everything is automated. You have affinities, just click and the loot goes where it needs to go. That saves so much time. Let's see how Doidri is gonna feel. And I fucking forgot to check. I've said it before, but some versions of Doidri will get a Unholy Might buff when you curse them. So you don't actually want to curse them. Just wanna fight them straight up. But I don't remember which versions. Pretty sure not all versions get it. I need to go and check. Chaos is 2%, so it's this act is still quite fine. Don't have to be particularly afraid of Maligaro. I have to say I'm a little afraid of Chevron, because this version of her will actually do a lot of damage, because lightning damage by default can spike very high, and her abilities can actually overlap really hard. So if she rolls high on the lightning damage and then shotguns you, it can be very easy to die. But we are capped suppression, so I think we should be just fine. This skill definitely makes it somewhat annoying to try to dodge as consistently. We randomly hook in her face, we might just pull ourselves into a shotgun, but let's see how it goes. Luckily we should at least have the damage. Deal with Chevron fairly. I'm trying to remember to cast curses in these cases where there's only a single enemy to get our ascendancy passive. Functional with the corpses nearby. I wonder what their range on that is. Okay, Chevron. Let's hope it goes fine. We have now reached the point where dying becomes really frustrating. Like, it's one thing to die in like the earlier acts where you're just, oh yeah, whatever, I'll be back here in an hour. The other thing is to die in like Act 9, Act 10, early white maps when you're like actually gotten some nice gear and wearing that gear, and then you die and you're like, God, we have to do it all over again. This is going to be a common occurrence during the Gauntlet event. Lots of people will farm really safely in the campaign, and then they will go into maps and be like, yeah, it's fine, I'm ready. I farmed the campaign a lot, and then they go into maps, roll some crazy rare, accidentally choose their maps too much, choose the wrong map to run, and just get one shot. Then they'll be like, no, I gotta do it all over again. Alright, let's see. Yes, the way Chevron works is like she casts these lightning balls that will then explode with the novas. So it's very similar to the Act 8 boss Yugul, who explodes the frost bombs. So Chevron does the same with lightning. Luckily, yeah, we got the damage, you don't have to worry. And again, this boss, I'm not sure if it's safe to curse, because it is part Doidri, so I'm just gonna avoid doing that. Instead, we're just gonna beat his face in the old school way. I think it's actually, we don't need to dodge his punches, because our 1000-point shield should technically be way more than enough to make sure he can't really hurt us. If he can even hit us through all our evasion. Chieftain body swap. Yep. Sounds like it could be a thing. Just remember reading. People were just complaining that Chieftain has never really been meta and nobody plays Chieftain. So maybe it is time for a Chieftain build. Though I have done a few of those in the past. Done RF Chieftain a few times. A few other things. Tectonic Slam.
Ready to go?
With Explosive Arrow. I think with Explosive Arrow you either... The meta versions are Elementalist or Champion. You go Elementalist for damage and Champion if you want to be tanky. Like Chieftain should be fine, in theory. Like I believe Zai TV plays a lot of Marauder. He did Chieftain in one of the gauntlets, Chieftain EA. So, like yeah, on paper, like Ascendancy gives fire damage and is tanky, so it should be fine. But yeah, I don't think it's the meta choice. I think Elementalist just ends up doing more damage, and Champion ends up being tankier because of the free Fortify. So it's like there's not as much reason for the Chieftain. But I do feel like people are just, yeah, too much of a meta slave. Like if I would play EA, I would probably do something like Chieftain, or maybe like I would do something that other people aren't doing, because it honestly gives me a sort of strange satisfaction to do stuff other people aren't doing. Because when other people aren't doing something, I feel like I have absolutely no pressure to try to like match their performance in any way. Like I don't have to worry about this chain Hook Necro being like terrible, and I'm coming off as like a terrible player and playing like this badly or doing this little damage, because you know the build is shit, nobody else is playing it, so pretty much anything I can squeeze out of it is gonna be okay. Okay, we take the extra accuracy. We get an extra like few hundred. But maybe not right now. We don't have any poison chance. So maybe we start specking into poison. Let's see how much we need. It's 15%, 10%. It's only 25% from here. Daggers. Yeah, we'd have to go down here. That would get us to 40. 50. Yeah, and the support gem gives 40, right? So that would put us at 90%. Getting 100% is kinda annoying. think there are any. This gives you spell damage. You have to think about that. Okay, for now let's just go check out the attack speed, movement speed, and then reservation. Yes, that's definitely something we'd like. Should also grab a few more health nodes. Feel pretty tanky, but okay, we grab that. Some more map drops. I think we should have a pretty fat stockpile of T1 maps. Then we also probably need to go and set up our flasks. That's gonna be a pretty big power boost. Oakley dokily. Okay. Go here. It's nice juicy blue pack. Just gonna skip the Sanctum. Probably give it a shot once we get maps. Don't expect it to be very good though. This build is probably not gonna be super terrible, so at least have some damage. My god, these fucking cloning rares are a pain. Okay, very nice, very nice. Should go up. Kill all these guys. Should take another look at the gear overall. See if we are missing some nice stuff. Do some of these side quests, and then we can also go and do our third lab. I usually leave the third lab just before Kitava. Again, get as high level as we can to make the lab easier, but then not do Kitava first, because just in case our resists aren't quite as capped, we don't want to make the lab harder for any reason. Getting Kitava's res penalty and finding you're undercapped on resists and then going into lab can be a bit of a bad idea. So this quest, first draft with body swaps, level 77, 220k TPS. With Ignite, yeah, seems playable. So what are you waiting for? Just get in there. Go and see what happens. Maybe it'll be great. Maybe it'll be terrible. Yeah, weapon and armor, no clusters, no nothing. Yeah, with fire stuff, I think with a lot of like the fire damage stuff, you probably might want the like the Maven boots. I hear are pretty popular with all that stuff. I actually forgot what exactly the boots did, but I think they were like long duration scorched ground, right? Forget. Yeah. This can be really nice damage boost. You often want to do that Eldritch mod on your boots, but the way it works is the low tier Eldritch Ikers and stuff only give us scorched ground that lasts for like 1-2 seconds. So we really want the higher tier ones, but as we know, the higher tier ones aren't exactly easy to farm. That's why Maven's boots are like considered a better choice. Even if the boots themselves aren't as good as like a rare pair. The fact that you can get such a longer duration. Scorch is really useful. Okay, we're almost to Violentum. And again, this is a boss that a lot of people skip. And not for bad reason. This boss can hit pretty hard. But she has some specific mechanics that have the crazy damage. Once you outplay that, you'll be fine. So, her biggest bullshit is when she throws out a bunch of mines. Like this attack, you can just walk away. This mine attack, this is what you wanna avoid, because she throws the mines and those mines will then come back. So they go out and then they explode and then they come back, and them coming back while exploding can overlap really easily. So if you don't see the mines being thrown out and just stand there and take them to the face, yeah, that's usually death. But we also do have our nice physical shield bubble, so we feel pretty safe in that regard. Yeah, you want to keep an eye out. Those mines. This attack is fine. Yeah, we have pretty good damage. It sucks that she has these phases, so we can't like insta-kill her. We have to wait until she flies around. Yeah, 150% life and 5 endurance charges. Yeah, that seems pretty nice and tanky. Yeah, again, these mines, see? Gonna have to dodge those. What? Already up to 360 TPS? Yeah. POB is magic, apparently. Number just keeps going up. Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever.
For freedom.
Innocence. Remember, humanity needs us.
Okay, now we grab this nice one. It gives us a nice juice of attack speed, and movement speed is always really nice. So what's our attack speed modifier? It's 68%. Nothing to write home about. It's pretty okay. Feels pretty nice. Chance to impale is 98%. But we do overcap it with our banner, which is disabled in town. So we are at 100%. So now I will go into what's it called? The reliquary. I actually already forgot whether or not that gives us anything. It actually may not give us anything. One of these days I'll memorize all the quests and stop spending time on the ones that don't give any useful rewards, but whatever. It's not like the experience is wasted. It's always nice to get a few extra levels in hardcore killing stuff. especially at League launch. You want to farm some nice gear to help you. Don't want to run into maps under geared. Tanky. What's this? Let's just grab that, see if it's a good roll. Ever since they changed what divines are valued at, it's now a pretty good idea to pick up more uniques, because good rolls are worth so much more. Even more so on SSF. Just a few divines you do find, you probably don't want to spend on rerolling. You probably want to spend them on metacrafting. And of course, on Trade League, a good, well-rolled unique can go really long way. I think that Brass Dome I found last week, I think that goes for like 15 divines or something on Trade League. It's a near perfect roll. Just pretty sure that's way higher than those Brass Domes used to be back when they were valued in Exalts. Because, you know, divines were cheap enough that you could easily divine it to be near perfect. Not so easy anymore. Okay, we are almost to where we need to go. Just killing these mobs. Just that nice XP. We'll be heading to... First we grab the stuff we need from the ossuary. Then we will go into Desecrated Chambers. Going to these Pwn pits. Kill all these mobs. Doesn't look like they're putting up much of a fight. Damage feels alright. Corrupting Blood, must remember to cleanse that off. Should always have a Corrupting Blood and a Fleet Flask. Don't never wanna be at the mercy of that. You like dying a lot, or having to use logout to deal with that stuff. Rather not bother. Okay. Turn those in. Get our meager rewards.
Well, Exile.
Like a belt. And your passive respecs. Okay. Belt worthless. This thing. You know, now that I think about it, we could almost use this pair of gloves for chaos damage, poison duration. It's not terrible. To kind of lose out on the wild toxins. No point making a pseudo 5 link when we have an actual 5 link. Now that I think about it, should have some uniques that work with poison, some gloves. What was it, like the snake pit? Right. Let's see. Snake bite. I use frenzy charges. Chance to poison a multiplier with frenzy charges. Be good to like minimum frenzy charge crafts and like an anoint. Like, that's an option. Then we could get 3 frenzy charges permanently. And then we have 60% chance to poison. 15 multi, as well as increased accuracy, increased attack speed. And it's a decent item with 60 life and bunch of evasion. So I think that might be the play to go. Because when we get 60% chance to poison from this and 40% from the gem, we don't actually need to take any chance to poison nodes on the tree. We basically get free poison. That's nice. And the only downside, reduced frenzy charge duration per frenzy charge won't matter if we're at max charges all the time. So yeah. That is an option. Yeah, I would have to craft the rings. Also, we would then have to... Then we would become undercapped with depression again, I think. Then we'd have to grab a few nodes here or maybe path up there. Actually don't know how much we'd be undercapped. 9%, which is very awkward. We get 8% from this. So we need, what we actually need to do, I think we need to get a pair of boots. Wow. Need a boots with some suppression. We can craft those, I think. Okay, your POB, it's 86. 350k with ignite. 75 block, 50 spell block, tons of HP. It sounds good. Sounds like your build is ready to go. You can go and kick ass. Like I'm like, if a build like sounds interesting and like really basic theory crafting seems to hold true, I'm just like, I'm going in and seeing what happens. Because yeah, usually like you do the campaign and maybe you do white maps. And by the time you're like mostly through with like white maps, you'll know how okay it's gonna be. Red plate lamp, unaffected by burning ground. That's a pretty nice thing to have, actually. Adds physical damage to attacks. That's damage. We can use that. Life roll is a bit low. This might not be the worst pair of boots in the world. There's tons of armor too, which is nice because we're mostly evasion because of our chest. So having some extra armor is nice. Once we get shock immunity, we are of course immune to shock ground as well. And so this would leave us with an issue of being vulnerable to chill. So it becomes a matter of, do we want burning ground immunity more or do we want chill immunity more? But we also need, yeah, we still need suppression from the boots, so we probably have to go with the rare boots. We're gonna have to take the burning ground up the ass. Okay, where were we and what did we want to do? Oh yeah, not to go here, but I think we're also gonna grab some health right now. Just looking over what else do we have on this tree. A juicy health node over there. Slightly overcapped and resists, but Kitava's curse is gonna take care of that. So we probably don't want to spec out of any res. Getting here is kinda annoying too, we'd have to like go some weird way. So probably don't want to do that. But yeah, I think we get some life nodes. Going here isn't too bad. We could... Just a war banner efficiency. Yeah, I'm thinking the 5% nodes. Go here, take the damage and the strength one as well. Going down here would be also nice damage. Get a bunch more evasion and armor. Is there any good mastery here? 2% attack damage per 75 armor or evasion rating. So we'd get like almost 40% total. That wouldn't be bad. Of course, but yeah, I don't want to go down here for the simple reason that I want everything here. Like this build would want everything that's here, pretty much like every fucking thing. So I feel like going there is like kind of a slippery slope. You just start taking everything. Then you realize you don't actually have skill points to take everything. And then you'll feel sad. I'm not gonna lie, that's why I do kinda enjoy playing Marauder or the Duelist or Templar nearby. So I can just run face first into all the Marauder nodes and become unkillably tanky. So nice. Like there's just so much health, so much armor, so much max res. Just so nice. Though ever since they nerfed the suppression on gear, it's definitely not bad to be around the right side either. Very easy to cap suppression. There's a bit of a give and take. And it definitely needed a nerf. It was way too easy to cap suppression on every character. Like the character especially in the Sentinel League with the recombinators, like it was crazy. I was playing a Juggernaut with a pure armor chest that also had 30% suppression on it. It was fucking insane. Right? It's like so broken. Can't do that stuff anymore. If you want to like cap suppression as a Marauder, you much have to roll T1 suppression, use all hybrid gear, use T1, get suppression everywhere, then path into the Scion wheel, take all the suppression there, then anoint another. That's pretty much the only way you're getting to 100%. Which is fair, because if you're getting like 80 all resist, tons of armor, tons of life, and could get easily suppression on top of that, it would just be too insane. And yeah, Spectral Helix seems like definitely was a really big meta skill. I guess it still is to some extent. It definitely seems one of those skills that gets to have the melee without actually being all that melee. Which is kind of funny how the community acts around that. Everybody says they want to play melee, but every time they actually play melee, they turn the skill into some kind of a pseudo range skill anyway. It feels like you don't actually want to play melee. You want to play a skill that is ranged, but simply has the melee tags. You want to pretend like it's melee, but it's actually not melee. Like melee, like by definition, means close quarters combat. So when you're like spectral helixing half the screen away, you're not exactly in close combat anymore. But yeah, I really think that it's one thing that's really keeping down some melee variety in Path of Exile is that we don't have spears. We don't have stuff like spears and halberds. It's really weird. Just imagine like a spear weapon with like a really high range. Yeah, we have to wait for Path of Exile 2 for that. Which is weird because, you know, Diablo 2 had spears, javelins, right? It was very cool. So it's weird that, you know, Path of Exile, which so heavily relied on Diablo 2 as inspiration, you know, doesn't have that. Yeah, spears, really good range. And it's like even historically weird because spears are some of the most effective military weapons of all time. They're like so easy to mass produce. The learning curve is not that high. They're so versatile as well. So a game that's all about like sort of like medieval style combat and magic and all that, it doesn't have spears. It's like, what happened in this world? Did people really not pick up a stick on the ground? Though if you watch some enemies, like these guys have spears. Look at that shit. These guys have spears, but I can't have a spear? Like, what the hell is that? That's very sad. Look at these things. These are fucking tridents. A triple spear. That'd be so cool. I'd love to like have a trident build. Make some Poseidon shit. That'd be fucking awesome. Like you would have like, you can wield this big trident that goes like the range of this chain hook basically. Like have it go like this. Like and it has like a kind of effect that goes out, like a skill, like a spectral trident or something. Just extends. That'd be fucking cool. But no, can't have that. Yeah, and have like pierce damage that like maybe completely ignores enemy armor. Built in. There's a lot of stuff you could do. Like I understand that, you know, developing games is hard and all that, but just one of the, it's just kind of weird oversight in terms of weaponization. And that over 10 years they never like really gave it a shot either. It's not like, you know, we had some crazy ass spears and it like was a balanced nightmare and they just removed it or whatnot. I don't think we ever had them. Yeah, it could be after a while, it's too hard to implement, but you know, the fact that enemies have spears and have, you know, all the animations to attack with them and all that, and obviously they have to do damage and have all that stuff calculated and working. And they add skills like, you know, the recent Frozen Legion, which is a spell that does attacks. So like I have a feeling like they could pretty much add whatever they want. I think they have the technical skill and setup. But you know, doesn't matter. It is what it is. Not like I'm complaining, it's just a little funny. Yeah, maybe it just would be too much of a hassle with the new skill tag. Okay, this boss is really scary because it does an insane amount of physical damage. Like my Vigilant Strike Saboteur had like 70k armor here with 4 endurance charges, and that dude still hit for over 500 damage. So oh shit, gonna eat that beam. I don't even want to know how much damage this guy does if I get hit. You have the nice bubble shield, but I think it would hurt a fair bit. We do have so much evasion, he probably can't even hit us even if he tries. Yeah. Maybe the spear with good range would be too OP. I feel like you can probably always adjust the numbers. We'll see what they come up with Path of Exile 2. Could be something really cool.
Remember, we do.
Okay, I think it's about time we do another lab. Yeah. Go enjoy the AFK time. Gonna see what the lab has in store for us. I'm actually gonna take a small break as well. Gonna put myself a nice extra cup of tea. Okay, we are back. And let us go do a lab. I can open up PoE lab for myself to get a nice idea as what is going on. Yeah. Our health total is a little bit low.
Justice will prevail.
Should be fine. We probably get a level here, so we can take some more health. Okay, this is a terrible idea.
Life is short.
Kill some of these guys. Get that XP. Not gonna deal with the mana sucker. Performance is kinda iffy for some reason. Seems to... Right. Doors. Go find that dumb key. Let's see. Probably further down. Yep, there it is. Gotta go. Kill these guys. And then we go look for the key. Get through those nice, lovely golden doors that the Izaro has so nicely put on our way. I actually made a mistake of not speccing into Ralakesh, so we are actually going to take a lot of damage from these traps.
There's a golden key.
That was a big mistake, but I hope we can survive. I'm actually... Yeah, actually now that I think about it, I'm gonna abandon this run. It may sound weird, but like I can't overemphasize how big of an effect Ralakesh will have. It literally cuts off 25% of the damage that you take when you're running through the lab traps. It's just such a big deal. Like, it's very hard to avoid that, like running through those blade traps or those spinning spike traps. Having Ralakesh just makes it so much better. Basically removes the threat of dying. Unless you like completely screw up mechanically. Like without it, I actually felt like for a moment that I could actually die. I don't like that feeling. Like now with Ralakesh, I'm not afraid of dying here. You run through the trap, it barely does anything.
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door.
So yeah, make sure to grab that Pantheon. Oh my god, cycling damage reduction. Come on, bro. What's up with that? Don't cycle. Do physical. That's mad. It's mad bad for me. I'm gonna hooking all over the place. It's a bit clunky still, but don't think there's anything we can really do about that. It's just the way the skill works. A bit more attack speed will make it nicer, but the animation for the chain itself is gonna remain a bit iffy forever. It is what it is. Maybe GGG can one day adjust it. Or maybe, you know, they'll make a threshold jewel or something. Okay, I have to go and check which door I need to take. Probably take the left one. Doesn't really matter. There isn't a dark shrine or anything. It's just slightly different layout. The other one had gauntlets. Rather not run through a gauntlet of a bunch of traps. It's just annoying. I'll try to keep the annoyances. Do a bare minimum. In lab. And this is a dead end, isn't it? Just dead end with some Izaro disabling mechanic, which I don't really care that much about. Okay. And there we go. Should have maybe killed a few more mobs and gotten that level. Don't think we should be under any threat here. Okay, the essence one's kinda annoying. We wanna kill the essences before they can empower Izaro. We don't want to kill Izaro himself. Can be a little hard for obvious reasons, as you know. Okay, he already grabbed that essence, it seems. Wow.
Must be saved for the people.
He actually almost one-shot me. That's crazy.
By the goddess, what ambition!
Actually took down my shield and everything.
Emperor is always the worst emperor.
Yeah, I guess we don't have enough armor to super face tank him. We can do a reasonable job, just not reasonable enough. Okay, gonna check the layout. There's Argus here. I don't think we care about Argus, so we're just going to just go straight into the next room, and then the next room after that. Should be getting a level. Just gonna run through. We don't have to worry about getting hit. Just our physical shield will take care of everything, and we are immune to bleed, so don't have to worry about that. But yeah, Ralakesh is great for the actual damage over time traps. So spinning thing. So yeah, just gonna run through this area as well. These guys are a little annoying. We do have freeze immunity right now, so we are safe. But these Wanderlust boots aren't exactly endgame material. We want to go upgrade our Pantheon as fast as we can. We actually want to go to the other room to get the shrine. So what we do is we just go into this room and then just run back out the other way. So this basically guarantees we get into the room that we wanted. Now the question is finding the Dark Shrine in this zone. Can't be sure if it's left side, right side, but it's here, left side. We picked the correct way. That's nice. Always nice not to have to waste your time. We got a level up as well.
The pursuit of power can be a grudge.
Okay, so we neutered the traps in the lab, which is very nice. Don't really need it. Because yeah, Ralakesh or Akali, it'll keep you safe from traps, more or less. But it's still very nice to have. So now we are super mega safe. And I think we just get more life. Pump up that total.
Some things that slumber should never be awoken.
Okay, gargoyles. Gargoyles can be pretty annoying. They buff Izaro pretty hard. So definitely want to kill these things. Let's see. They are very tanky until they start being empowered by Zaro. So you really want to wait until it starts the empowerment and then go kill.
The loyal must be avenged.
Now we can focus down Izaro. Nice and safe.
Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Okay, gotta check the VOD lab again. Okay, we have to go to the room up, then straight, then down. Okay, sounds easy enough. Again, we can just run through this. Nothing here will do us any damage. These traps are really good. Okay, we get stuck here on the terrain. So let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go here, here, and here to get all the dark shrines. So if you're not sure where they are in the lab, check out the nifty website, VOD Lab. Really nice person there, making sure the layouts are recorded. They might miss a room here or there sometimes, but usually it's very accurate. Obviously, you still have to find the dark shrines themselves, which are hidden in the zones, but you can at least know for sure whether they are in a zone or not, which is a huge help. Also knowing which routes to take to definitely get to where you need to go. I'm just running pretty aimlessly, covering the whole zone, as I don't have a good feel for where the dark shrine would be. On some layouts it's more obvious. There's just some layouts that I haven't really internalized, I guess. Okay, so we got a defense shrine that is pretty good for us, seeing as we are speccing both into armor and evasion, which are now both massively buffed. So yeah, now there should be no threat from Izaro whatsoever. The odds of him hitting us is gonna be really low, and even when he does hit us, we now have basically double the armor. It's unlikely he will be able to hurt us. Okay, what is this layout? It's just... this key is just by itself, or what? It's just on the way to the next area, okay. Don't see that too often, I don't think. Yeah, we go here, then we go down. Let's see. Let's go this way. There are a few spots where it could be. Yeah, this is one of those spots. There's the switch. There you go. Nice and quick. You have to be a little careful going into these rooms. Like in this example, it spawned this very annoying mob in this rather narrow space. I'm playing chain hook, so I can't even avoid. Gotta just leave him alone. It's gonna be a hassle to kill him with this particular melee skill. I can't really get consistent TPS down while those things are spawning all over me. So yeah, you want to take a little bit of care when you jump into those dark shrine rooms, because they may occasionally have these mobs that can absolutely destroy you. So again, just to make it easier for ourselves, we just go into the
Can afford to be promising
this boss room and then just run out the other exit.
those promises.
This will get us into the room we wanted to go to get our final shrine. And I wonder where it is. It's gonna be annoying if we now run too far. But it is what it is. I don't think dark shrines are usually behind any levers and such. Usually, at least. Maybe this time is an exception. Maybe it's up here. Maybe it goes to...
Any mystery can be
I
unlocked.
think this is just a
One has the right.
box here. Why not? May as well get it if we are here already. Yep, just a box. But we'll take those sacrifice frags. Those are always very nice. You can use it to go fight Atziri, or just slap them into your map device and get bonus quant on your maps. Very useful. Okay. So it is here. It was behind a locked door even. Okay. Let's kill these dudes. No crazy mods this time.
Dark influences reside in dark places.
And we got what? We got additional unique item. And lab traps are disabled. We got from the last one, I think. This is very nice. Don't have to deal with traps, and an extra unique on SSF is always nice.
The Empire
Could be something
awaits
really,
you with open jaws.
really nice. That could be build enabling. Gonna summon some corpses because we do have the ascendancy. We want to make use of that.
Find your determination.
Get out of that green circle, because then Izaro will teleport you, which isn't that big of a deal when you have disabled the traps. But it still can be annoying and can disorient you, and you may end up being teleported right into an Izaro slam or something.
I die for the Empire.
Okay, this belt is unfortunately quite worthless for me, but still. And as always, I run right to the altar to get my ascendancy points. If the game would crash, I would lose nothing of value. I would just lose the box and the font. Round slam has increased angle. I don't think that's gonna be relevant. And the decree of Tempest, I don't think we care about that either. Reduced mana cost of skills if you've been hit recently, which is also pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But I think we were planning on using Snake Pit. We may as well throw an enchant on this one. No, this one. You have to check if I have another pair. That's maybe better. Maybe I have one more. I do have one more. Okay. So which of these is the best? This has really good life. Yeah, this is almost a perfect roll. Base defenses are a bit bad, but this has better base defenses, but worth health. This has, yeah, better base defenses, worth health. Okay. Just put these away. This looks like the best one. If I'm already here, I'm just gonna call it up and slap on with the Tempest. Sure. Why not? Let's put these here. Let's put away everything we have. And yeah, we're done. Now we can go and kill Kitava. Just gonna get my cup of tea. Sip on some of that. Ah. Nice. A Okay, before we go, of course, gotta check our ascendancy. And now it's a question. Lab went well? Yeah, we got the lab done nicely. Okay, so now we have to go into consumption. But actually I think we take this because enemies near corpses who spawned recently are chilled and shocked. So that's free chill and shock, so that's pretty easy to use. So even if we don't consume corpses, we still get this immediate value. So Desecrate lasts. We can actually put a support gem, increased duration into this. So we can take the base duration higher. So it'll become in the end like 6 seconds. Which is good enough. That gives us a nice uptime on some boss DPS if we need it. But yeah. Actually, let me check real quick. How easy will it be to apply the snake bite? Ah shit, it's gonna be kinda rough. So I want this minimum frenzy charge. It needs a gold oil. Gold oil is kinda rough. Gold oil is kinda rough to get. Have to think about that a little bit. Farming D14 is gonna be a bit rough. But we don't actually need to farm for the golden one, right? We can upgrade from a bit lower. Silvers or even before the silver is fine as well. So I can do some maybe... I think you can farm some decent oils in like high yellow maps, like T10s maybe. It probably wouldn't be bad to spec into Blight and do red maps. Just roll them blue. Because, you know, the way the Blight chests work, you don't really need to giga juice the maps. It's in the... Like, if you take all the Blight nodes, then it'll help. But still, it's not gonna have like a massive impact. You can probably just do just fine. If you can do the encounters faster and safer, it might be better to run them unjuiced. Because if juicing makes them so hard that you like fail half of them and the other half almost kills you or whatever, you're not realistically gonna come out ahead in terms of efficiency. Like, that's a thing a lot of people don't really realize, or they don't want to accept. Like one of the best BOE players in the world in history, like Ben, he runs basically all his maps blue, even while racing in the gauntlet, right? Where some XP does matter, making progress does matter, finding items and currency and all that stuff matters. He still runs it blue or sometimes even white because, like, maps are by default rewarding enough if you can clear them quickly and safely. A lot of people I find like choose their maps so much that they end up dying like 5 times per map, or just taking twice as long, 3 times as long for only half as much loot, extra loot. So they're not actually, you know, it's actually not efficient to juice sometimes. And yeah, Blight mobs are pretty strong. I think they're extra strong because they are, you know, they are locked onto their paths. So you usually aren't under obligation to fight them, like face to face really. Like with melee skills you sometimes kinda have to, but even then they don't always like immediately aggro to you, right? They're like focused on going down the path and they won't really attack you unless you're really in their way, or they're like ranged Blight monsters. Those ranged ones can definitely hurt, yeah. Gotta be a little careful with choosing those Blight maps. Remember, it used to be very scary. Back when it was a league. Those fire ones, especially shooting fireballs across the lanes. Those were really scary. So yeah. Yep, they are getting a nice chill and shock effect. But yeah, it doesn't last too long, it's just 4 seconds. Actually forgot that we can make Desecrate last longer for the nearby corpse debuff. But the Ascendancy itself, that the shock and chill value only applies to if you spawn the corpse recently. Which means it's always gonna be 4 seconds no matter what. So we can't improve on that. So having an automated way to cast Desecrate would be really nice. I'm not sure how we could do that. Maybe we could do something funky with a secondary skill. Cast on crit. Not quite sure. Just killing some mobs. Don't think we get a level up before the boss though. We're at level 70, it's fine. We're not exactly over leveled or under leveled, just about where we're expected to be. Yeah, the health pool is maybe a little bit low, but we do have a decent amount of defensive stats overall. Though I have to say, I forgot to fix my flasks. I have to go and check some of that out. Yeah, I do the same. I usually do a bunch of league mechanic. Actually, this time around, I think the campaign took me like 20 hours. I was just chilling, doing league mechanic in every single map. It was like, I was completely happy at taking forever. It's kind of fun. Okay, we have this instant recovery one. Don't really want corrupting blood on it, so we have to go to Einhar to get it for sure. Of course, we want the granite and jade flasks. We're gonna have to roll those. It's gonna take fucking forever. I'm just gonna do the Einhar one for now. I have to make sure I pick low level beasts. Can be... I've seen people die by accidentally slapping in high level ones. Just gotta be a little bit careful. Don't wanna slap in some like a level 80 beasts and just get yourself one shot. Min rolled, which is kind of sad, but okay, whatever. We'll deal with the other flasks later. Just having this one flask is good enough. Sure, we get... I actually don't like using the full instant recovery seething one. I like to have a 50-50 flask, because they restore almost the same amount instantly, but the 50-50 one also then recovers like 1,000 over time. So it tends to be much better.
I shall strike you down.
Just keep slapping the bugger away. This degen is a little scary. I actually forgot to spec out of our lab setup, which is actually fine, because that's what we kind of wanted. Because again, Ralakesh is pretty good here. Because of the Kitava's that damage over time effect. Make a little bit of damage from that. Yeah. This is why I'd like to have some life recovery over time instead of that instant flask. It's kind of annoying. Gotta make sure I don't chain hook myself into a slam. It's a little bit annoying, not gonna lie. And this damage over time is kind of annoying. Not gonna lie. Whoa. Yeah, this build still has a pretty big weakness to damage over time. It's actually kind of annoying. I don't like being this vulnerable to damage over time. It's very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. I'm like basically tempted to put vitality back in just for even a little bit more regen. Okay, looks like we can't avoid this one. So always run away from the flame. There's a safe spot at the very end. I know I died a couple of times on my first hardcore characters. Because I was, you know, I wasn't smart enough to look up all the mechanics in advance, so I just went in and was like, it'll be fine, and then the flame came and I didn't know, like, where's the safety? Because visually it doesn't seem like there's a safe spot to stand in. Like, you run from the flame and then you don't see any safe spots and you're just like, what's going on, where do I stand? But yeah. Okay. Kitava is down. Got a little bit spicy with the damage over time, but ultimately very doable. And we are in maps now. Take our skill points. And we, so what we do, grab this one, get some damage and life, then we take the rest of this life, I think. Also some life here, but this enemy killed recovery, that's pretty whatever. Just looking over what else we got. Yeah. I think we just take the life, just buff up our life. I think our damage should be okay. Yeah, 447 is... Yeah, both are 15. Yeah, the life on kill isn't terrible, just not super helpful. Yeah, I think we might go here, so we kind of need this travel path, I think. But yeah, it's we might end up taking both of these anyway. Might even go here, the life recovery and life flasks, because yeah, we don't really like. There's a lot of life here too, 6, 6, 10. We might go here. It's only 2 points away. And we might like have to go here anyway. We want to go full crit. More attack speed and accuracy here as well. Some nodes we like here. Maybe if you go full poison, like we don't need the poison chance. There's some good stuff in the poison masteries as well. Like faster damage, you know, more duration. Or like Plague Bearer maybe, or whatever. You have to think about that. I'm gonna roll the flasks now, I think. I'm gonna leave this better flask for my other character to roll. Just gonna grab this one, just grab this one. And yeah, I'm gonna get... I pretty much always run sulfur flasks. This was from one of my previous characters. Pretty much always run sulfur flask simply because the consecrated ground is so good for regen, and it also reduces curse effectiveness by 50%. So if you're fighting, if you're standing still as a melee skill, you will pretty often proc this, and you'll be standing on consecrated ground, get a bunch of regen, handle curses better. So it's pretty nice. Yeah. Pretty nice. Let's buff these up. This is actually 15%, but I don't... Do I want to spend 5? I probably don't want to spend 5. Okay. So ideally... you'd want armor. It doesn't specifically matter if it's armor or not. 50% stun avoid isn't terrible. But yeah, attack speed isn't terrible either, but I think we want to go full defensive with extra resists aren't bad either. Flash charge when you deal a crit strike, we will be critting decently often. Maybe. Let's see what this one rolls. I don't want to waste too many of my alterations. I have like some trauma spending 500 the other day, not getting what I want. Okay, reduce effect of curses is a nice one to get. Thanks for watching, dude. Have fun with your real life. There's some fun stuff in real life. Definitely some fun stuff to do. And also a bunch of annoying stuff to do. Oh, there we go. 55 armor. Okay, one charge is pretty bad, but it's still very nice overall. I should also do a Quicksilver. This is just crit effect, but why not? I don't have enough instilling orbs. I want to put these both on automatic. So what we're going to do is we're going to trade for 2. So what you do, you need 4. You need 2 alchemy orbs, and then you need a counter strikes gem, or 2 of them specifically, and bam, there you go, a recipe. So now we have enough to craft automatic for both of these. This one we're gonna leave just on use. But yeah, when charges reach full, don't need we kind of need the mana, but we have mana leech and some mana recovery, and we have a decent sized excess right now. So how are our defenses? We have 6,000 and 18,000. Our resists are just barely capped. We are 100% spell suppression with 56%, and we can take another point, push it to 59%. So what that means is, when our resists are 75, that means we are taking 25% of elemental damage. Against hits, if we get it up to 59% mitigation, that means we are only taking 41% of that 25% that's coming through. So we are realistically only taking about 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 10%. So with 59% suppression mitigation and 75 max res, our effective elemental resist against hits from spells will be 90%. And that's really nice. Once we get enough mana reservation to turn on our Tempest Shield, we will also get a bunch of block, which will also help a lot. Like, I'd love to go into Glancing Blows, but it might be too far. Like, we can go through here. Not like super far. Got this nice armor node. We would like to get the Determination effect. And yeah, maybe Glancing Blows and then go here. That should make us very tanky. Yeah, there's a lot of health here as well. I think that's actually the play where we want to go. Yeah, and we get another Jewel Socket. And these are all strength nodes, which will give us extra life and extra damage. Because, as we know, basically half of your strength is flat life. And yeah, every 5 strength is 1 physical damage. So if we take like these, 40, 50, 60, 70, right? So that's a lot of bonus damage. That's like 15% increased damage. So it has an effect. But yeah, as things stand, should we... Really good ring. This is okay for Ellie resist. Still just barely capped. So gonna check if we are getting some more resist somewhere. We could like go here. Take these 2 nodes. That's 12% extra. We might take that. I'm not sure if there's any somewhere else. I'd like to get Ghost Shrouds too, I think. A lot of stuff we want to take, and we don't have that many skill points to work with, so it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough. We are all qualityed up. Right. We want to farm a golden oil. We have to do that on our other character. Like, we're not too far off. Like, we're kind of far off, but we have some opalescence. So we need 9 opalescence to trade up to a golden oil. We do have some maps. We might get some lower tiers. It's gonna take probably a few days of farming before we can get there. Of course, we can do some swaps with harvest as well, I do believe. Where are those, I wonder? Yeah, 30. I actually unfortunately spent all of that, so... Stack of oils into different color. Cost is proportional to stack size, so 9 would take, or 10 would take 300. So we might do that. Maybe you get lucky, they get like 10 golds or 10 silvers or 10 opalescence. I've seen it happen. I saw Caesaran trade like 10 clears into 10 golden. That's pretty cool. But yeah, we're in maps, so let's do some maps. We still have some time to play. Just gonna straight up go and do some Strand. Run them nice and blue, nice and safe. Blast damage should be whatever. Don't actually want to do Goatmen, because Goatmen are really annoying. This makes them excessively tanky. Don't want Reflect, obviously. Boss damage is whatever. We don't really curse. We aren't that curse reliant. And avoid elemental ailments, we don't do any. Suppression doesn't hurt us, but we don't want to cut down our recovery. Reflect Ellie. I'd rather not do any reflects at all. We have some melee damage, so I don't want to risk that. This is fine. So let's just go in there, slap these guys around. Okay. Don't crash. It's just Strand. Loading some shader shit. So damage is looking fine. Just a little bit scuffed with the change, as expected. Some of these. We wanna fight this guy. Extra projectiles, yeah. Rather not get shotgunned in our very first map. What is this? Extra physical. Okay, I think we can handle extra physical. So these enemies are kind of rough for physical buffs, since they have such high physical damage to begin with. And as we can see, our shield is actually down almost. You know, it's back up. Now we feel safer again. Gonna have to keep a little bit of an eye on our shield. It's definitely gonna have a big effect on how tanky we are. As long as it's up, we can feel a ton safer against physical damage. The moment it goes down, we will be more vulnerable. Okay. Killing these guys. We're gonna gain a lot of experience early on. Just 100 million an hour. It's pretty nice. Make sure we kill those necromancers so we don't have to deal with these repeating resurrections. Forget one of them. Yep, there it is. Okay, the FPS is kind of lagging for some reason. It's fine. We want to do these. Oh god, we don't want to do Primal Blister Lord, dude. I think that's way too scary. We do this queen thing. You want to do some harvest. Like, I spec'd into it because I wanted to do some harvest crafting on my other characters as well. We definitely want to use this character to make some use. Those Atlas points as well. Just that I'm not completely sure how safe it is, so I'm gonna be a little careful. Try not to overstep too much or anything. And Primal Blister Lord, I'd rather not. We actually have really bad chaos resist, so I'm gonna avoid the yellow plants altogether. It's gonna be a bit inefficient for a while because of that, but no need to risk dying until we get our build fully set up. Getting a little bit of that purple juice is fine as well. Not too bad. This ground degen bullshit. Make sure we're not standing on too much of that stuff. nice. Okay, we got a level up. So what did we decide on? Yeah, we decided on going up here. There's also some damage we can grab here, as well as this regen, which isn't bad. But yeah, I think we just... yeah, each point basically gives us like 10 more life. Gives us like flat 5, and then we have like 100% extra from the tree. So we effectively get just as much as life as we take strength. So don't discount strength as a defensive stat. It really is. Similar to how intelligence can give you more ES, or how dexterity can give you more evasion. The attributes do help you. They aren't just for show. Just gonna close my PoE lab. Maybe that was sucking up some internet juice. Yeah, the performance is not looking... the fucking seizure. A lot of mobs here. You pop the abyss, it's going to anywhere, so I'm gonna clear just a little bit around this entire, so that I where I wanna kite away and end up kiting into monsters. If you wanna be safe, you would rather have before doing league mechanics that spawn more monsters. As long as you're not sure if you can handle it. Gem experience goblin maybe? Okay, there's Cassia here as well. Let's...
Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy.
Going both ways.
Nice friend.
Just get some fire towers. It's gonna be a little bit annoying to I can't protect it, I can't short. Sorry, I can't go both sides fast. Not a big deal to lose a few stuff. Okay. That was nice. Let's go to our buddy. Okay, what do we got? We want to leech, so this is bad. This is fine. We want crit, so that's kind of iffy. We can take this. Bad. This is fine, but of course the best mods are on the full brick. It's just gonna 100%. Let's take the... Yep. This one. Then we don't need that one at all. Just want the skull markers, which are the ones that all the good stuff. So yeah, they penetrate, don't do anything else, so I think it should be fine. There's quite a few of them because I do have all. We are pretty tanky. My health bar is even moving really. Okay. Took some damage. A bunch of not annoying these shield bros. Damage. Annoying. Life regen. It's crazy how much damage they're doing to me. Buff up our defenses some more, because we are pretty low life. There's no doubt about that. We are particularly also have some you like some gloves. Final thing. It's gonna be. I think there's some pretty tough enemies here. Aerospace now. Rims to hurt us. Damage over time, so get too close to those. Gotta avoid those. Chaos resist is really poor. Totems. Get to everyone. Who am I missing? Hello? What the fuck? Look how far that bastard. There's nothing to write home about. Chaos rest. It's actually not bad for us, but we'd rather have T2 top roll. It's not bad, but it's such a low level base. It's gonna take Essence, take the Chaos, take the Scout. Good enough. That is good enough. Should also now that we are in maps. Wow. Pretty, all things considered. But yeah, let's get on some deep water. Look nice and beefy. Does this look? Nah. Like the blood one. It looks pretty good as it is. Get a portal. Let's do the bit on theme. So what do we? What? Right. We need to do the canopy frozen. But that is quite some time away. Pretty high level. So yeah. Yeah, we need to kill this T7 boss. Yeah, there's a 4. Do we even need the T4 one? Yeah, we want the T4 one as well. Stun immunity. So when we do get some better stun and block recovery, I think our shield. Yes, shield gives us ton of block recovery. Shouldn't really hinder us too much. It seems we have also lost our goal. Just gonna resummon that dude. I didn't even notice him die. He may have died during the fight with Kitava. Instead of that, we need to farm some more levels. And then maybe tomorrow we can do the Pantheon upgrades. At least. Could try Sanctum. A little bit longer. Like, not honestly convinced it's ever gonna be good. This kill.
You've lost.
If you think I'm going to death is simply
Scarab. We'll take that. Interested in doing betrayal right now. I think are pretty high level betrayal members right now. So it's kind of risky. Resistant blocks attacks. That is crazy. Annoying for this build. Thing again that we have to think about, which is overwhelm. Can't even get any more, even if you want some. Another set This dude is gonna be I think I have a bunch of those. If it's a good roll or not. Okay, we can... Consecrate Ground is kind of to go, so maybe it's not that bad. Okay, it's not that bad. Not bad at all. Kind of annoying. The chain hook all over the place. Counters where there's so many ads spawning. Pretty tanky. I definitely particularly much threat.
Like the Phoenix. Was that really necessary? Vagan's too wriggly. Try to catch him. Don't let him.
Yeah, I want all. I want to.
Should be amazed what little. I'm a man of my
Guess I actually want to. Some of my gear, some of my weapons on my other characters. I want Hillock. Hillock. If he's just, you know, by himself. In a regular safe house. But we're going to run a Katarina instead and ensure we get a 30. It's very nice. Yeah, the skill definitely is a little that. I'd say it overall. I'm gonna go into this damage here. I think we and get some armor and some life, and then we can get the preservation efficiency. It's gonna give us a lot of mana. Our Tempest have an Enlighten sitting in our shield. Just enough, because we also need to run right now. If you like took off the precision, fit. No. Here. I mean, fuck. Yeah, if we take that off, we can. And it's gonna be really short, and our accuracy for main hand goes down. But maybe I should be doing this. It feels if we have this little mana, how bad is it? Because like shock community is a massive.
I need more mana.
A little bit rough. Definitely a little bit rough. I'd like to get precision back. as well. Because we're probably gonna need a little. Definitely not exactly ideal. What do we have here? This is bad. This is tolerable. Bleeding. But these are both super good for us. So we are straight up. So we can just take both of these happily. Don't do want. Do we do want the? Oh! There we go. Get the skull. Get the skulls here. Flash charges are fine. Must avoid the. Hits can't be evaded. That's gonna hurt us too. We'd like to avoid that. So we'd like to get. Oh, yeah. And then we get these chests as well. Bleeding, we can't be bled, so that's fine. A little bit kind of annoying, but nothing major. Make sure we kite a little bit. Here, but is what it is. Maybe it's because of our ascendancy that's giving all the enemy aura. And there are corpses nearby. Maybe that's the issue. Degen is hurting us. Let's try to deal with that. It's a little scary, not gonna lie. Got a few mobs here. But now that we are shock immune, I feel much safer. I know that there aren't going to be any major spikes in damage. Like, yeah, we still have a crit to worry about. But I'm more afraid of shock, honestly. Because shock can just increase damage taken by so much. Crit is just enemies doing a bit of extra damage, but shock makes you take a ton of extra damage from all sources. Not just the one who put the shock on you. So, definitely a way scarier thing to deal with. All right.
I need more mana.
Experience per hour, 100 million. That's okay. It's totally okay. Nothing super amazing, but we just have to keep reminding ourselves we're not exactly playing a skill that's designed to kick ass. Alright, so we got some unveils. Don't think there's anything new here. Just gonna take some random shit. Oh. There's some interesting stuff I haven't gotten before. Let's grab some of those. It's whatever. Just sell these. Most of the rolls on this one. And it's pretty meh. So it's whatever, we don't need to. But that one, we have a few others that are better. And yeah. We are level 72. It's been a nice 4 hours of leveling, going through final 2.5 acts, doing 2 labs, killing Kitava, now doing our T1 maps. Seems pretty good. Build is looking alright. Nothing, you know, super amazing. But it's feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. You have to just remember that once we go into chaos, that we have to get rid of brutality. Because obviously this means you can't do chaos damage. So yeah. Yeah, level 23 chain hook. But it doesn't get a whole lot from levels. We should add some extra scaling other than just attack damage and that stuff. Our Enlighten is gonna take quite a long while to level up. Once it does, we will get some more reservation efficiency. It'll be really nice. So yeah, Thread Banner. It's nice. Nearby enemies have 20% less accuracy, and we also have blind, so they have 40% less accuracy, effectively. And yeah, you and nearby allies have 17% increased impale effect. It's very nice. Yeah, 122% chance to impale. Immune to freeze, shock, bleeding. Take less crit because of the belt. Some rarity. Life on kill, ES on kill. So yeah, it's looking alright. So I will see you all tomorrow, probably, where we'll continue with this build and continue having fun with these wacky worst melee skills in the game. Hope you have nice holidays. See you.